In a world where fate can be cruel, a young maid named Ilsa Hildebrandt begins her assignment to serve Prince Ludwig von Baldburg. As she introduces herself, the prince sits quietly in the room, deeply unsettled as he realizes he has been reincarnated into the role of a depraved protagonist within an eroge simulation game. He recalls his past life, remembering this grim simulation RPG known as Revolt of the Ugly Orc. In this dark tale, the monstrous crowned Prince Ludwig leads a brutal conquest, enslaving countless women, including princesses, knights, and elves. Slumping his head in despair, he laments how this game is infamous for its bleak, unforgiving outcomes, while Ilsa stands nearby, looking on with quiet confusion. He buries his face in his hands as the horrifying truth weighs on him. The survival rate in this world is absolute 0%. Whether through execution in the true ending or defeat through rebellion and suicide in other routes, every single path leads to utter despair. Turning his attention to the young maid, he realizes she is Ilsa, one of the game's main heroines, a tragic viscount's daughter reduced to servitude. Hesitantly, he asks her to clarify the current date, discovering it is March 17th in the year 270 of the imperial calendar. Confirming this is their very first meeting. Spark of realization flashes across his mind as he processes the date. This moment is set 5 whole years before the main story of the game officially begins. He recalls that in the original timeline, the tutorial scene involved Ludwig forcing Ilsa into servitude and assaulting her right at the start. Clenching his fists with newfound resolve, he decides that with 5 full years ahead of him, he can change the course of destiny and completely avoid his terrible fate. Lightly bowing his head, he stammers and tells her that he requires nothing at the moment, thanking her for her hard work and catching her off guard with his unexpected courtesy. He sweats nervously and used to speaking so formally to such a cute girl. Ilsa hesitates briefly before reaffirming her dedication, bowing deeply and eagerly asking him to give her any command he desires. She leaned in closer, caught off guard by his unusual modesty, but Ludwig gently asked to be left alone for a moment. Startled by the unexpected request, the maid anxiously worried if she had made a mistake, though he reassured her immediately that she had done nothing wrong. He expressed his genuine gratitude to her for serving someone as unappealing as himself, urging her to take it easy before she timidly excused herself from the room. As he reflected on the past, he recalled how Princess Sophia Marita Belga had vehemently rejected her engagement, loudly protesting to her father that she would never marry an ugly, orc-like monster. Ludwig was just 13 years old. Those heartless words uttered directly to his face deeply scarred his once innocent and shy heart. Cruel rumors quickly spread, claiming he had inherited his father's violent nature, leading the emperor to give him a servant girl as a disposable toy to break, though Ludwig ultimately never harmed her. Calling his past life as a lonely outcast who had never interacted with girls, he found comfort in knowing he hadn't harmed Ilsa, resolving to change the course of his future for the better. He weighed the geopolitical reality, recognizing that while removing the tyrant emperor might alter the scenario, the emperor's relentless campaign to destroy neighboring nations would remain unchanged. Dismissing that idea as impossible, he realized that without the emperor's iron dictatorship protecting him, discontent nobles would immediately execute Ludwig. Lying on his back in despair, the prince pondered his next move, wondering how he could possibly survive the perilous web of fate surrounding him. Staring into the mirror, the young prince considered that losing weight might at least make him somewhat presentable, taking solace in the fact that he was, after all, the son of a robust and remarkably handsome ruler. Spark of determination lit up his eyes as he resolved to slim down, determined to avoid drawing hatred from the heroines and bypass his tragic fate altogether. He recalled how Emperor Otto von Baldburg, a notorious tyrant in the game's lore, yet an excessively doting father to his only son, had asked if he disliked the girl, causing him to nervously claim that someone as beautiful as Ilsa was far out of his league. He knew that Ilsa came from a fallen noble house and had accepted the emperor's command solely to restore her family's standing, realizing that if she thought he rejected her, it would crush her dedication. His father had advised him not to take her too seriously, before observing, with a warm expression, that the prince seemed to have regained a bit of brightness in his face. With an intense, dark vow, the emperor promised that when the time was right, he would grant his son revenge, unleashing his iron wrath upon the kingdom of Belga and all surrounding nations. Sheer extremity of his father's terrifying devotion left him completely speechless and sweating in dismay. As the emperor departed with hearty laughter alongside his attendants, he let out a heavy sigh, bewildered by how overly indulgent the ruler was toward his uncomely son. Just as he pondered the reality that his mind belonged to a modern soul rather than the emperor's true heir, a violent, agonizing pain suddenly struck his head as if it were splitting open. Collapsing onto the floor and crawling in agony as he cried out for help, his desperate plea brought Ilsa rushing back into the chamber in horror. He opened his eyes, blinking in confusion as Ilsa hovered over him with deep relief, thanking goodness that he had regained consciousness. Still resting in bed, he looked up at his maid and asked why she was so deeply concerned about his well-being. She replied warmly that he was her master after all, prompting him to recall how, in the original game, she functioned like a completely devoted companion to Ludwig. Expressing his gratitude, he reassured her that he felt fine now and could manage on his own. Ilsa noted gently that he was quite different from the unfavorable rumors circulating about him, agreeing with a polite nod when he asked if that was really true. Assuring him that she would step out so as not to disturb his rest, she bowed politely and left, leaving him alone to prepare for his first routine of squats. Pushing his heavily built body through the grueling exercise, he grimaced in pain as sweat poured down his brow, determined to endure the physical strain. Following morning, sitting before a feast, he requested a drastic change to his diet, asking for much smaller portions centered primarily on vegetables. Hearing his request to lose weight, Ilsa was taken aback in absolute shock, pouring liquid nervously as she checked if he was feeling ill. Finishing his meal, he asked if she could grant him a bit of her time after breakfast, requesting her assistance in preparing something special. Quickly corrected her flustered misinterpretation, nervously clarifying that he needed her guidance not for anything improper, but to help him train to lose weight. Internally, he reflected on how someone single his whole life could never make a romantic move on a girl as stunning as her, wondering why she would jump to such a dramatic conclusion. Knowing her family's background as a secret shadow clan specializing in covert operations, he dropped to his hands and knees, begging for her help and declaring his utter dedication to changing. Calling the insults and rejections he had suffered from neighboring princesses, he admitted that while he didn't expect a miraculous transformation, he simply wanted to stop being so repulsive. Moved by his sincerity, she formally accepted his request, stepping forward and promising to meet his expectations no matter what it took. Overjoyed by her response, he urged her not to hold back, declaring that he was prepared to endure whatever grueling discipline lay ahead. She solemnly agreed to train him without mercy, instantly dropping her usual maid persona to demand that he address her strictly as instructor from that moment on. With an intimidating glare, she sternly informed him that his only allowed responses to her orders would be yes or yes, ma'am. Terrified yet committed, he squeaked out his compliance as she immediately pointed toward their designated training grounds to begin. As they prepared to start, she explained that normal diet and exercise would never shed years of accumulated fat, revealing that she would be using her family's secret body modification techniques to reshape his body physically. She listened in silence as the young prince passionately declared his desperation, pleading for her guidance and pledging to endure anything if it meant transforming his body. Before he could even process his own dramatic oath, an eerie silence settled over her expression, catching him completely off guard. Without a single moment of hesitation, the maid coldly instructed him to leap from the balcony, shoving his heavy frame over the ledge before he could voice his horror. Plummeting to the stone ground below, he braced for severe injury, only to marvel how his abundant body fat seemed to cushion the violent fall like natural armor. To his utter bewilderment, she was already standing beside him in the courtyard, casually noting that his survival proved his body could withstand her rigorous training. Smiling sweetly, she commanded him to scale the high wall back to the balcony and repeat the fall, driving him into absolute panic as he stammered that such a task was impossible. Leaning in closer, she imposed an unyielding rule, informing him with terrifying poise that his only permitted responses from then on were absolute affirmative answers. Completely broken and trembling in tears, the prince conceded to her formidable presence, weeping as he voiced his total submission. Subjected to a relentless cycle, he was forced to scale the sheer castle masonry repeatedly, collapsing from sheer physical exhaustion each time she barked the command to climb again. After pushing his physical limits to the edge, she began working her hands into his muscles, applying her family's specialized body modification massage techniques to knead his worn frame. Felt an overwhelming wave of nervousness as her body pressed close to his, stammering that she was likely exhausted as well and did not need to give him a massage. However, the dedicated instructor firmly refused, insisting that proper body care was an essential duty. She pressed on his back. She quietly asked if he was truly comfortable refusing the full intimacy assigned to her role by the emperor. The young prince quickly reassured her, frantically declaring that he harbored no such expectations from his instructor. She thoughtfully noted that intimacy should only occur between people in love rather than by imperial decree, prompting him to sweat nervously while offering his sincere thanks for her body care. Transitioning away from their strict training roles, she gently requested that he drop his formal tone and simply call her Ilsa whenever they were resting. Testing out her name, he spoke it aloud and expressed his determination to continue working hard tomorrow, earning a warm smile and eager agreement from his. 6 months passed, and Ilsa enthusiastically congratulated Ludwig on slimming down, claiming their intense regimen had compressed his fat into a denser form. Ludwig noted with a sigh that his overall weight had not actually decreased, but his loyal mate assured him that this outcome was completely unavoidable. To compress his form even further, Ilsa announced that starting that day, they would begin training on the third-floor balcony, causing the young prince to groan in apprehension. Looking up as she effortlessly scaled a vertical wall, Ludwig wondered if he would ever learn to walk on walls like her, only for Ilsa to plainly tell him he lacked the aptitude, accidental grunt included. Seeing his disappointment, Ilsa offered a warm smile and reassured him that he possessed far greater talents elsewhere. He went on to explain that in 3 short months they would proceed to the next stage of training, leaving Ludwig collapsed on the floor in utter disbelief. A few months later, in the dead of winter, Ilsa cheerfully announced that today's lesson would involve learning to evade a kelpie. Ludwig panicked at the mention of the sea monster, knowing its dangerous reputation from game lore, but Ilsa casually advised him to dodge unpredictably while pointing out that running in a straight line would lead to immediate capture. Sea kelpie suddenly burst from the water right in front of Ludwig, leaving him terrified as Ilsa cheered him on from the sidelines. Submerged up to his chin in the freezing water, Ludwig shivered uncontrollably as he stammered that he would try his best. Gasping for breath with tears in his eyes, he scrambled through the water away from the aquatic beast as Ilsa politely clapped her hands in encouragement. He gasped for air as his devoted maid offered soft words of praise, acknowledging his completion of the arduous aquatic exercise. Expressing his gratitude, he reached up as she extended a helping hand to pull him from the icy pool, but a sudden slip of the towel caused her to avert her eyes in flustered embarrassment while he cried out in confusion. As they transitioned to martial practice, she offered her tactical opinion that a traditional sword and shield combination would better suit his form, but he firmly stood his ground, insisting on pursuing a dual-blade fighting style. Passionately explained his deep fondness for dual swords from his previous life, prompting her to relent and promise to train him until he achieved complete mastery over the complex style. The sweet yet ominous smile, she casually declared that his upcoming training regimen would be 3 times as brutal as everything he had endured so far, sending a violent shiver down his spine. A whirlwind of intense memories flashed before him, dodging monstrous kelpies in frozen waters and balancing along high 5th-floor ledges, until he stood panting before his strict mentor. Raising his hands in victory, he celebrated surviving the grueling ordeal while she clapped politely, though he couldn't help but feel that a single year of a regimen felt like an eternity. She quietly observed that her duties as his instructor were officially complete, recognizing that he had successfully adapted the dual sword technique to his own body. Realizing how indispensably close she had become over the past year, he sincerely requested that she continue guiding his path into the future. Reflecting on his past life as Rue Nikedu, he warmly asked her to call him Louis as they deepened their mutual bond of trust. He offered a warm smile, placing his trust in Ilsa as she dutifully accepted her role as his maid, promising to devote herself fully to his service. A few days later, grand music echoed through the opulent palace ballroom during a formal send-off gathering. Noticing the wary glances around him due to his dramatic physical transformation, he sought a quieter spot to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny. Eleonora approached him in an elegant dark dress, questioning why he remained tucked away in the corner and flustering him with her captivating presence. Joined by his father, Emperor Otto, who commended his dramatic personal growth, Ludwig was reminded of the weight his royal name carried ahead of his departure for the Imperial Academy. The Emperor commanded the room to respect his son, firmly placing Ilsa by Ludwig's side to serve him continuously. Expressing subtle embarrassment at her absolute dedication, Ludwig quietly apologized for putting her on the spot, though she declared her devotion completely natural. Reflecting on how she would balance her duties as both his older classmate and personal maid, he looked ahead to their shared journey at the academy. The day of the academy entrance ceremony, he dressed in his crisp military-style uniform and looked back on his former self, realizing why Sophia had once rejected him. Pondered the political tensions around him, convinced that after causing a diplomatic scandal, Sophia would surely not show her face at the academy. He stood wide-eyed and flustered as Ilsa presented herself fully dressed in her new academy uniform. Her elegant appearance caught him completely off guard, causing his heart to thud heavily against his chest while she calmly announced that everything was prepared. Stammering through his embarrassment, the prince admitted how stunning she looked in her attire. The subtle compliment brought a faint blush and a gentle giggle to the maid's usually composed countenance as she softly voiced her gratitude. As their carriage made its way toward the destination, Ilsa inquired about his upcoming speech as the new student representative. He confessed his dread of standing out and speaking before the entire assembly, though she warmly reassured him that no one was more deserving of the honor. Determined to alter his fate and avert any tragic outcomes, he vowed to give the effort everything he had. Pleased by his resolve, she offered her steadfast encouragement, promising to support his best efforts. Carriage eventually pulled up to the grand gates of the Imperial Academy, a towering complex surrounded by high stone walls and guarded entrances. Stepping out onto the academy grounds, Ilsa gestured for him to lead the way, mindful that walking together might draw harsh judgment. He shrugged off her concerns with a self-deprecating smile, noting that he was already accustomed to being disparaged. The moment they walked side by side down the courtyard path, whispers erupted among the crowd of assembled students, all eyes locking onto the unlikely pairing. Self-conscious of the sharp gazes fixed upon them, he reached out and firmly took her hand, deciding it was best to hasten their pace toward the entrance ceremony to escape the lingering stares. Their swift advance came to a sudden halt when they nearly collided with Sophia. Seeing her standing there in the academy uniform left him stunned, as he recalled how diplomatic necessity had permitted her attendance despite her previous disgraced standing. Marking internally on how drastically her demeanor had softened compared to 2 years prior, he offered a brief, polite apology before pulling Ilsa along, rushing ahead to make the start of the ceremony in time. He stood quietly as Ilsa bristled with anger on his behalf, unable to accept that Princess Sophia failed to recognize him in his transformed state, although Sophia was actually talking about him without realizing it, emphatically declaring her refusal to marry a monstrous, hideous orc like Prince Ludwig. He could not help but chuckle bitterly, even as her harsh words wounded his pride deeply. Overcome with emotion, Ilsa pulled him into a sudden, tight embrace, as she held him firmly against her chest, gently patting his head and encouraging him to release all his pent-up pain. His tears finally spilled over as he wept softly against her. Sniffling as his tears began to dry, he tried to offer a faint smile, reassuring her that someone as kind as her did not need to cry over someone like him. Looking up into his eyes while remaining wrapped tightly around him, she offered a gentle, tearful smile of her own, softly insisting that she was not crying at all. After realizing how forcefully she was smothering him against her chest, she quickly pulled back and apologized in a panic as he gasped for air. Shortly after, the orientation ceremony commenced with Emperor Otto delivering his opening address to the assembled students. Next up was Eleonora du Schwartzberg, a key heroine of the story and daughter of the Empire's most powerful ducal family, who offered her congratulations to the new freshman. Watching her, he recalled that mismanaging her storyline would trigger a dangerous rebellion ending. As Eleonora concluded her speech by expressing her desire to learn alongside everyone, the Master of Ceremonies called up the next student representative, Ludwig von Ballberg, leaving him nervous while Ilsa offered him a quiet word of encouragement. Stepping up onto the podium amidst the cold, judgmental stares and whispers of the surrounding crowd, he gulped nervously as he prepared to address the entire assembly. Addressing the crowd directly, he introduced himself as Ludwig, acknowledging the harsh rumors labeling him a hideous orc and pointing out that apart from Sophia and a select few, almost no one here had ever actually met or spoken to the real him. Challenged them to judge his true character for themselves over the next 3 years. And as he stepped down from the podium with a sigh of relief, he resolved to actively change himself even if the skeptical glares around him remained unchanged. He stood resolute amidst the key figures of his future, fully committed to altering his fate and avoiding a tragic outcome. Eleonora sarcastically applauds, praising what she deems an excellent speech, though Ludwig notes to himself that there was barely any reaction from the surrounding students. She continues her teasing remarks. He silently reflects on how exceptionally sharp her snark is today, suspecting that the crowd simply lacks the taste to appreciate it. Resolving to make a fresh effort, Ludwig decides to start getting to know his peers as the crowd begins heading toward the classrooms. Suddenly, a rude knight shoves past Ludwig, leaving Eleonora to offer a mock apology for her companion's terrible manners while Ludwig grumbles in annoyance. He realizes with a shock that another key heroine has arrived, Natalia Silvestri, a saint of the Minerva Holy Church from the Lathia Holy Kingdom. Recalls her pivotal role in the game, where she cunningly manipulates political alliances, frames the empire, and instigates widespread hostility. Natalia introduces herself alongside her holy knights, Batista and Marco, prompting Crown Prince Ludwig to awkwardly offer his own formal greeting. Getting uncomfortably close to Ludwig, Natalia mockingly comments that he appears far dreamier and less impressive than the rumors suggested. Ludwig cannot help but admire her striking beauty, her silver hair, sapphire eyes, and delicate features, even while remaining acutely aware of her dangerous nature. Interrupting the tense exchange, Eleonora steps in to cut the pleasantries short, urging everyone to hurry along to class. She watched silently as the saint took her leave with a light chuckle, her dark eyes lingering intently on the young prince. Her quiet intensity left him noticeably uneasy as the initial tension began to diffuse. Reflecting on the encounter, the prince resolved to keep his distance from the saintly figure, inwardly comparing her manipulative nature to that of a siren. Turning to his companion, he assured her that he had no interest in such frivolous advances, though she met his declarations with quiet skepticism. Class commenced. Their homeroom teacher, Matilda Newman, stepped before the classroom to introduce herself. Observing her sharp, strict demeanor, the prince recognized her design from his past knowledge as a martial instructor. Scanning the room, he contemplated the presence of two main heroines in this classroom setting, breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that the high-strung noblewoman Sophia was absent. Suddenly, another student offered him a friendly wave from across the room, catching him off guard. Sensing potential conflict, his dark-haired companion immediately volunteered to eliminate the perceived rival, forcing him to quickly interject and discourage any swift violence. Thoughts turned to Ophelia of Brynn, the fourth princess of the Brynn United Kingdom and a formidable knight known for her unmatched offensive power. Though crucial in future conflict against the ultimate threat, her strict unlock conditions remained out of reach for now. The day's lectures concluding, the teacher dismissed the class toward the dormitories. Resting his chin on his hand, the prince acknowledged the reality of his current situation, setting aside any thoughts of pursuing complex relationships while survival remained his sole priority. On their way to the residence, he expressed regret to his maid for forcing her to act as a servant while attending school. Touched by his concern, she flushed deeply and passionately pledged her absolute devotion to serving only him. Shortly after, a formal messenger delivered an invitation from Lady Eleonora regarding an upcoming welcome ball. The courier reminded him that royal family members were strictly bound by tradition to attend such grand gatherings at the academy. Accepting the summons with a nod, the prince agreed to attend the evening event. However, knowing that Eleonora harbored secret ambitions to overthrow the empire, he remained deeply wary of the hidden motives behind the celebration. He nervously admitted his lack of experience, confessing that he had never set foot on a dance floor before. Ilsa offered a warm, comforting smile, assuring him that she would remain by his side as his dance partner for the entire evening. Offering her hand with absolute devotion, she urged him to simply place his trust in her guidance. When he hesitated and asked if she would prefer to dance with someone else, she firmly rejected the thought, declaring that nothing made her happier than staying right by his side, prompting him to shyly accept her support. As they entered the grand hall dressed in elegant attire, the surrounding hushed whispers made him feel profoundly out of place. Yet, as he looked up at his companion, he realized her refined grace surpassed everyone else in the room, her beauty and poise effortlessly shining through. Overwhelmed by the formal atmosphere, he quietly suggested that it might have been better had he stayed away entirely. She immediately dismissed his doubt, reminding him that as the primary guest of honor, the gathering could not truly begin without him. All her reassuring words brought him relief. The sharp, hostile glares from the surrounding nobles reminded him of the harsh judgment he still faced. At the front of the hall, Eleonora took the stage in a lavish gown, welcoming the gathered guests and inviting everyone to enjoy the feast. Grand ballroom hummed with ambient conversation as guests mingled across the open floor, yet an expectant silence lingered over the dance area. Observing that no one had taken to the floor yet, he raised his concern. She explained that out of political courtesy, no noble would dare begin dancing before the imperial prince took the first step. Noticing the faculty members watching intently, she pointed out that the nobility was forced to maintain proper decorum under the watchful eyes of Professor Naumann. Gathering his courage, he extended his hand to her and requested the honor of the first dance, which she readily accepted. Stepping onto the center of the dance floor, he focused all his energy on avoiding any missteps. Noticing his tense movements, she gently guided his rhythm and offered praise to ease his anxiety. He stammered that proper etiquette required eye contact, though he feared losing focus on his footwork if he looked up. She smiled tenderly into his eyes, softly requesting that he keep his gaze fixed on her and trust her completely. He wrestled with an overwhelming surge of guilt as he gazed into her gentle, radiant smile, knowing that such devotion belonged to someone who truly loved her rather than a prince burdened by his past. Sensing his sudden physical discomfort, the pair brought their elegant steps to a halt in the middle of the ballroom. He checked on his companion with soft concern, meeting her warm and attentive gaze. Gently inquired if she had danced enough for the evening, pointing out that many future opportunities would arise, to which she quietly agreed. Feeling his throat go dry from nerves, and believing other men present were far more suitable for her, he proposed retreating to a quieter location, a suggestion she readily accepted. Before they could step away, Lady Sophia interrupted them with a sugary invitation, demanding a dance and sending a shudder through his body as his glass trembled violently in his hand. Painful memories rushed back of how she had previously insulted him as a hideous monster and spread malicious rumors across neighboring lands, binding him in place as she beckoned him for the next song. Stepping forward to shield him from his distress, the devoted attendant politely but firmly interceded, declaring that no one else would dance with the prince tonight, prompting a condescending and scathing rebuttal from the young noblewoman. Noblewoman put on a facade of deep sympathy, falsely claiming to have suffered over the cruel slander directed toward the prince following their broken engagement. Dropping her polite act, she lashed out at the loyal maid, harsh insults spilling from her lips regarding her fallen house before violently striking the glass from her hand in a dramatic outburst. She stood stunned and tearful as Ludwig openly acknowledged his past appearance, refusing to let her use it to demean the person who stood by him. Holding Ilsa protectively behind him, he raised his voice against judging people solely by their appearances and spreading baseless rumors, firmly separating Ilsa's loyalty from shallow cruelty. President Eleonora stepped in to command silence over the hushed crowd, acknowledging that while Ludwig threw a drink, it was actually Sophia who had initially acted disrespectfully toward his attendant. Calling his grand entrance ceremony speech about showing his true self, Eleonora teased him lightly, leaving Ludwig blushing in utter embarrassment. Though he feared altering his planned trajectory, Ludwig accepted that protecting those precious to him was paramount, while Ilse silently vowed never to tolerate anyone insulting him. Declaring his absolute refusal to associate with those who hide behind status to insult others, he took Ilse by the hand and departed the hall, privately panicking over how dramatically he had acted. Once away from the onlookers, both immediately dropped to their knees in frantic apology, each taking full blame for putting the other through such an ordeal. Ludwig insisted she had done nothing wrong, expressing genuine awe at how she had risked her own standing just to defend him. Realizing how absurd it was for both of them to be bowing and apologizing repeatedly, the heavy tension dissolved into shared chuckles and light-hearted laughter. Looking gently at her, Ludwig offered his heartfelt gratitude, bringing a deep blush and profound relief to Ilse as she realized how deeply they cared for one another. She stood quietly before him, agreeing that their mutual assistance had rendered them even. Looking up with a gentle, earnest request, she proposed that they continue to rely on one another moving forward, a sentiment he hesitantly accepted. Shortly after returning to his private quarters, he collapsed onto his bed with a weary sigh. Staring up at the ceiling, he lamented that his grand design to subtly break all the tragic flags surrounding the heroines had been completely ruined. It hoped to gradually alter their perception of him, casting off the image of a hideous, wretched antagonist. Instead, all they had witnessed tonight was him losing his temper and pouring juice over a noblewoman. Even so, as he closed his eyes in contemplation, he knew in his heart that he did not regret standing up for what was right. Reasoning that a peaceful resolution with someone like Sophia was impossible anyway, he pondered the various tragic fates awaiting him, whether through defeat, suicide, or rebellion. Realizing each heroine carried unique conditions, he resolved to steer the narrative toward a manageable outcome, concluding that his only option was to fight for survival day by day. He turned onto his side and settled in to sleep. Unexpected footsteps interrupted his rest, prompting a sudden knock at the door. To his absolute astonishment, Eleonora slipped into his room wearing a stunning, sheer nightgown, timidly asking if she could enter. Stammering in surprise, he questioned why she had come to his chambers so late after they had already said their goodbyes. Softly, she revealed that she wanted to properly express her gratitude for his actions at the ball. Before he could offer a coherent response, she embraced him tightly, offering herself to him completely as the only gesture worthy of his protection. Feeling her body tremble against his chest, he noticed her anxiety. Blushing deeply, she confessed that this was her very first time as well, leaving him entirely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. She continued to hold him closely, offering herself in a desperate attempt to show her gratitude. He gently pulled back, placing his hands on her shoulders, insisting that she should never give away her precious body for a simple sense of debt, though she quietly murmured that it was all she had to offer. Smiling tenderly, he advised her to save such a precious gift for someone she truly and deeply loved. Understanding his nobility, she accepted his words, yet earnestly pleaded to at least be allowed to sleep by his side for the night. Trying to maintain composure, he offered her the bed while planning to take the sofa, wrestling with his own rising desires. However, she adamantly refused to let him sleep elsewhere, pulling him down onto the mattress to rest together. As they settled beneath the covers, she giggled softly, leaning in close and blushing as she confessed that this was her very first time sharing a bed with someone. Lying beside her in the quiet dark of the night, his face turned bright red as he desperately fought to control his impulses, wondering if he could survive the night without. Lying in bed next to Eleonora, Ludwig realized he ought to get up soon, yet he found himself lingering in the warmth of the moment. Hesitantly trying to speak, he stammered out a greeting, to which she softly replied with a quiet good morning as she snuggled close against him. She confessed that she was so overjoyed from the previous night that she couldn't sleep at all, leaving him shocked by the realization that she had stayed awake watching over him the entire night. Delighted by her affectionate clinginess, he nevertheless decided it was time to get up and stick to his daily routine, stepping out of bed. As he prepared to leave the room, he urged her to stay and rest, hurrying out the door while she called after him. Outside, he contemplated his dramatic weight loss, worrying that if he ever returned to his former self, even the kind-hearted Ilsa might abandon him, which pushed him to continue his physical training in the courtyard. During his morning walk, he bumped into Princess Ophelia and immediately apologized, addressing her by name, which caught her off guard. Realizing his slip-up, he hastily tried to fix his words so it wouldn't sound as if he had been secretly keeping tabs on the royalty from the Bryn United Kingdom. Relieved that she took his explanation lightly, he wiped his brow in relief as she acknowledged his statement. She then looked at him with keen interest, questioning what brought him out to the courtyard so early in the morning. Panicked internally, grabbing his head in distress as Princess Ophelia casually offered to watch his morning routine. Desperate to avoid getting entangled with the fearsome, frenzied night princess, he protested that his workout was nothing worth viewing, yet she remained stubbornly unbothered. Despite his lingering anxiety, she cheerfully encouraged him to get started with a beaming, undeniably cute smile. Finding her warmth surprisingly difficult to resist, he grudgingly accepted her presence and prepared to begin. 30 minutes of intense physical exertion followed, during which he pushed himself through grueling push-ups, rooftop jumps, and wall scaling. All the while, Ophelia observed his intense routine with sharp, fascinated eyes, thoroughly intrigued by his discipline. As he paused to catch his breath, she noted how vastly different his dedicated reality was from the unsavory rumors surrounding him. Recalling how similar her observation was to Ilsa's earlier remarks, he admitted that his rigorous regime had become his daily standard. While they conversed about the orc rumors, another figure completely erased her presence and silently appeared right behind him. Startled by the sudden intrusion, he turned to find his maid, Ilsa, glaring with dark intensity, realizing that her loyalty was bordering on a dangerous obsession. Recalling the mechanics of his past knowledge, he remembered that game guides never revealed the true mastermind behind hidden events, leaving him horrified as he realized he had somehow triggered Ilsa's intense, obsessive tendencies without knowing how. With completely lifeless eyes, Ilsa demanded to know why the princess was present with her master. Unfazed, Ophelia acknowledged the maid's identity, while the young prince shivered at the chilling, lightless gaze staring down at him. Breaking the heavy tension, Ophelia casually remarked that serving a master like Prince Ludwig must make Ilsa feel truly fortunate, attempting to lighten the dramatic atmosphere. Though Ilsa politely claimed to be honored, he nervously interjected, sensing the hidden venom behind her words and wondering what she truly implied. Ophelia pointed out the harsh reality of their social order, reminding them that disrespecting foreign royalty could easily lead to execution. Hearing this, he nervously reflected on his own fragile reputation and the dangerous political knife edge they were walking. He stood frozen as Ophelia delivered a parting remark about royal dignity and decorum before taking her leave. The chill running down his spine was undeniable, leaving him thoroughly unsettled by the weight of her words. Reflecting on the unexpected turn of events, the young prince found it surreal that the feared, frenzied night princess was the very first person in the academy to take a direct interest in him, even taking charge of his daily training schedule. Panicking internally at her intense demeanor, he worried whether he would even survive the academy's prologue. His terror only deepened as she leaned in close with a menacing glare, demanding total obedience to her commands. Moments later, his devoted maid stepped in to gently adjust his uniform collar, prompting him to catch a subtle, pleasant scent. He stammered a quiet word of thanks as she finished straightening his clothes. As the pair stepped into the bustling classroom together, a sudden hush fell over the room, with surrounding students turning to stare in silence. In the classroom, he confronted Saint Natalia, questioning her unannounced presence. Behind her stood her tall, holy knight, Batista, whose stern glare betrayed deep hostility toward the prince. Before the exchange could escalate, Ophelia boldly wrapped her arm around his, proudly announcing to everyone present that they were now training partners. Talia giggled softly at the announcement, politely declining to join them on account of her morning prayers to Lady Minerva. Meanwhile, his maid stood nearby with lifeless, darkened eyes, consumed by quiet jealousy. He offered a polite nod to the saint's religious devotion. He knew in his heart that her true allegiances lay somewhere far darker. He lamented his terrible terrible luck. Fully aware that Lady Minerva was also the goddess of war and that Natalia was lethal in combat. Finding himself stuck in the exact same class as both the frenzied Night Princess and the scheming Saint felt like an absolute nightmare. Watched as the instructor ordered the class to take their seats, quietly admiring her strict dedication to maintaining order in the room. Expecting a moment of quiet relief after settling in, his brief sense of peace vanished instantly when he noticed a chilling gaze locked onto him from nearby. Leaning in close with dark, unblinking eyes, Ophelia quietly issued a stern decree, forbidding him from training in the courtyard starting the very next day. Terrified by her overwhelming aura, he instinctively snapped into a rigid salute and offered his immediate obedience, internally panicking over how quickly ruinous outcomes were looming over his head. His mind drifted back to the intensive regimen Ilsa had arranged for him, remembering how she had provided customized, heavily weighted weapons to prepare him for dual-sword combat. Pushing past his physical limits night after night, he brought down the massive blades for his 1000th swing, proud that the grueling preparation now allowed him to wield the heavy dual style with confidence. Wiping away his sweat as he prepared to switch hands, he reflected on the brutal year of training with a strange sense of nostalgia, resolved to keep sharpening his technique under the cover of night. Suddenly, Sophia appeared in the courtyard carrying her own training sword, surprising him with her late-night arrival, while he frantically worried about the severe consequences should Ilsa catch them together. Undeterred by his flustered reaction, she began offering pointers on proper technique, emphasizing that even those who favor a one-handed style must master firm two-handed fundamentals first. Closing the space between them completely, she stepped behind him to physically adjust his posture and grip, leaving him utterly flustered and struggling to maintain his composure. His face flushing red as he internally fretted over how overwhelmed he felt by her sudden physical closeness. Out of nowhere, she casually inquired if he possessed a girlfriend, catching him entirely off guard. Following her surprising question, he softly explained his routine, noting that Ilsa always went to sleep immediately after lights out, and that he simply wished to spare her any unnecessary burden. Accepting his reasoning with a light laugh, she suddenly proposed that the two of them engage in a sparring match since they were already gathered together for nighttime practice. Alarmed by the proposal, he waved his hands frantically and declined, citing the vast difference in skill between them and insisting that Ophelia's tough training regimen would be far more suited for someone of her caliber. As he continued to nervously protest that she was greatly overestimating him, she conceded that rumors were rarely accurate, adding with a smirk that she would never spar with someone making such a timid expression anyway. She went on to praise him, explaining that despite the rumors labeling him a hideous monster, his refined speech and quiet dedication to training proved his true noble nature, a look of sincere determination she had seen before in Ophelia when she was captured in battle. Recalling that iconic moment of captivity, she pictured Ophelia standing proud and unbowed before her captors, declaring with unwavering pride that though they had been defeated, they had fought with everything they possessed and held no regrets. Hearing her mention Ophelia brought a soft, appreciative smile to his face, quietly glad that the princess remained as heroic as he remembered, though she quickly brushed off his inquiry when he asked what she had just muttered under her breath. Dismissing her lingering thoughts, she urged them both to return to their practice before the night slipped away, and he nodded in agreement as they resumed their swordsmanship drills beneath the quiet moonlit sky. As they wander through the bustling market, he points toward a nearby vendor, noting that they serve a popular local drink called frappe. Internally, he finds himself baffled by the presence of a modern iced coffee beverage within a medieval realm. Taking in his reaction, his loyal companion chuckles softly and teases him with a gentle smile as they continue their casual stroll side by side. Before them stretches the main thoroughfare of the imperial capital, teeming with vibrant crowds, colorful banners, and lively trade. Inquiring if this is his first visit to the heart of the capital, she listens as he explains how his former sickly body kept him confined entirely to the high palace. When he asks if she has explored the city before, she mentions her family's estate sits on the outskirts, though work kept her too occupied until now. Taking in the bustling surroundings, he wonders aloud if a festival is taking place, to which she warmly agrees that every stall looks tempting. Following the end of their afternoon classes, The young prince turns to her and asks how she would like to spend their free time together as they walk along the sunlit stone corridor. Spotting noble ladies conversing in the distance, his eyes widen as he recognizes them, prompting him to instantly pull back and pretend he noticed nothing. Sensing an opportunity to evade unnecessary dramatic encounters, he whispers to his companion that perhaps taking a break from them would be for the best. Reflecting on the straightforward yet reasonable nature of the lady's recent intentions, he recalls hearing her firmly deny any plans of escalating conflict with high nobility during their prior conversation. With a playful and mischievous look in his eyes, he turns directly to his companion and asks if she would help him lie low and avoid them for the next couple of days. Her face brightens instantly with pure joy as she happily accepts his proposal, delighted to share uninterrupted time with him. She stood loyally by his side. Her presence allowed the prince to pause and sigh in relief, feeling fortunate that he had temporarily dodged a fatal assassination outcome. Meanwhile, the fiercely competitive warrior princess declared that engaging in combat was the ultimate way to truly understand an opponent, expressing her keen desire to learn everything about him. Their eyes locked in an intense glare, each probing the other's hidden motives beneath the surface. Bidding a cheerful farewell for the moment, she departed gracefully, leaving him to wave goodbye with an awkward, strained smile. Feeling the pressure mount, he frantically tried to decline her proposal by pointing out how dangerous it was to mix a battle maniac with an assassin, desperately seeking backup from his companion. She pressed him for his own schedule. He feigned disappointment before being caught off guard as she immediately locked him into a commitment for the following day. Curious about this single-minded dedication, the dark-haired maid quietly questioned why the princess possessed such an unyielding obsession with combat. With a beaming smile, the noblewoman candidly admitted that her drive boiled down to a simple urge to challenge formidable foes, confirming his suspicion that she was a complete battle addict. Just as he thought he had successfully escaped one ordeal, he bumped directly into Natalia, whose sweet front masked her notorious reputation as a black-hearted saint. Surrounded by a large crowd of enthusiastic followers, he could only offer a nervous greeting, trapped once again in an awkward encounter. He stood frozen as Saint Natalia approached with a captivating demeanor, casually asking if he intended to enjoy a drink from a nearby stall. Before he could process the situation, Eleonora interjected sharply, asserting that the prince was already scheduled to share a frappé with her, while Ilsa watched quietly in the background. Feeling overwhelmed by Natalia's flirtatious charm, the young prince nervously babbled about Ilsa recommending the stall's drinks, which the quiet maid awkwardly confirmed. Undeterred by the awkwardness, Natalia brightly suggested that everyone present join together for drinks, prompting a shout of disbelief from the prince as her holy entourage panicked over the sudden change of plans. Eleonora fixated a sharp glare upon Natalia, pointing out that her attending knights seemed to be in quite a hurry, even noting that one of them had already scurried off. With an unshakable, serene smile, Natalia countered that strengthening the bond between the crown prince and the saint would surely please Lord Minerva, silently pressuring her sweating guard into agreeing on where priorities lay. Eleonora stood her ground, questioning how idling over drinks with the prince aligned with holy doctrine, though Natalia merely dismissed the challenge with a subtle smirk. Strategic reality behind Natalia's persistence was clear. Securing an alliance between the Baldburg Empire and the Minerva Holy Church served to preserve Western stability by tying the saint directly to the imperial heir. Watching the exchange unfold, the prince realized Natalia was meticulously laying political groundwork far in advance, actively preparing for potential military conflict between the nations. While acknowledging her impressive foresight, he internally lamented that her grand geopolitical calculations rested on a massive overestimation of his own standing. He openly stated that holding the title of crown prince did not guarantee he would ever ascend the throne, privately reflecting on his knowledge of the world's tragic narrative, where every path led to his ultimate downfall. As he spoke, Eleonora fixed an unusually intense, blushing gaze upon him, leaving the prince bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. As the gathering settles into a lighter atmosphere, Ludwig agrees to share a drink with Saint Natalia, prompting them to order 3 fraps for the table. Ilsa reaffirms her unwavering stance, explaining that it is only natural for the future emperor to build political connections with the Minerva Holy Church, leaving Ludwig quietly realizing her underlying motives. He recalls that she originally entered his service to restore the Hildebrandt family line, ambition bound to fail if he never ascends the throne. Determined to honor her dedication, he vows to restore her family's prestige regardless of whether he becomes emperor, while she quietly disputes his misunderstanding. When their order arrives, Ludwig is startled to find a giant, elaborate frappe meant to be shared with 2 straws. Vendor clarifies that the treat is designed for 2 people, a sentiment Ilsa calmly endorses without hesitation. Concerned for her comfort, Ludwig offers to let her have her own drink, but Saint Natalia politely intervenes, suggesting she respectfully step back. The sudden burst of enthusiasm, Ilsa urges him to drink before the frappe melts, causing him to blush deeply at their close proximity. Leaning close together, he notices her nervous swallow and wonders if she feels just as flustered as he does. They taste the sweet, icy drink together. Both light up with delight, while Saint Natalia enjoys her own beverage in pleasant amusement. Watched as Natalia gently offered a sip of her own drink to Batista, noting with quiet amusement that the heavy-set student already looked quite full from his own frozen treat. Shortly after, Natalia politely excused herself and took her leave alongside her personal guard, bidding them farewell until tomorrow's classes. The rest of the group gone, an awkward silence settled over the remaining pair as they realized they were now entirely alone. She turned toward him, her cheeks flushed with a soft blush as she tucks a stray strand of dark hair behind her ear. Though he reminded himself that attending to him was simply part of her duties as his attendant, he couldn't stop his heart from fluttering at the thought that this felt unmistakably like a real date. As they walked together enjoying their sweets, she caught him staring, her eyes widening in flustered embarrassment as her face turned completely beet red. Hiding her embarrassment behind a sudden sternness, she grabbed his hand and quickened her pace, insisting that they needed to head straight home lest they delay their evening training session. Holding her hand tightly in return, he softly called out her name and voiced his hope that the next time they visited the main street, they could share another frappe together. 1 week later, the aftermath of that sweet afternoon proved grueling. Ever since Ophelia got involved, Ilsa's training regimen had become significantly harsher, leaving him utterly exhausted and yawning in class. His fatigue vanished instantly, replaced by a sudden wave of tension as he spotted a familiar man talking to Sophia in the corridor, realizing with dread that it was the very same noble who had been spreading lies about him to Ophelia. He wrestled with his conflicting thoughts as he walked down the corridor, reluctant to run into Sophia, yet unwilling to admit defeat by actively avoiding the woman who had insulted him. As fate would have it, she brushed right past him without uttering a single word, leaving him to quietly continue on his way. Moments later, as they headed toward the dining hall, a large group of hostile students suddenly stepped forward, completely blocking their path. Spotting the confrontation, Eleonora calmly requested permission to eliminate the nuisance, prompting Ludwig to hastily hold her back before violence broke out. Stepping forward with intense annoyance, Ludwig openly demanded an explanation for why they were barring him and his companions from entering the dining hall. Crowds sneered at him, hurling insults and declaring that someone of his wretched reputation had no right to sit at their tables. Watching their outrage, Ludwig silently compared their mob mentality to an aggressive witch hunt driven by a false sense of righteousness. In a moment of slip of the tongue, Ludwig accidentally muttered his disdain aloud, calling their behavior pathetic. As the crowd erupted in fury, he clapped his hands over his mouth in panic, though Eleonora quietly voiced her complete agreement with his assessment. Taking a stern stance beside him, Eleonora scolded the aggressors for hiding behind numbers and hurling insults from a distance, calling their cowardly conduct unworthy of true nobility. Suddenly, an enraged student stepped forward and screamed at Ludwig, accusing him of attempting to disgrace and defile Princess Sophia on the night of the ball. Shocked by the baseless accusation, Ludwig desperately tried to defuse the situation, pointing out that he had not even seen the princess since that evening. In that instant, he recalled seeing the shady noble speaking with her earlier, realizing that the man named Thomas had fabricated a malicious lie to frame him. As the crowd continued to berate him while Thomas gleefully observed from behind, Ludwig pleaded his innocence, explaining that he did not even know Thomas and had spent that entire night with Ilsa. However, his defense backfired, causing the onlookers to gasp in horror and twist his words into disgusting slanders against his maid. Unable to tolerate the vicious slanders directed at Ilsa, Ludwig bellowed in anger, desperately proclaiming that he had never laid a hand on her and that they had merely kept each other company. He recoils in desperation as Princess Ophelia declares she will judge the truth of his words with her sword. Desperate to stall the combat-obsessed heroine, he protests that a one-on-one duel would be unfair given her formidable dual swordsmanship. Moved, she counters that refusing to fight will only confirm his guilt, offering to let Ilsa fight by his side in a 2-on-1 match before cruelly mocking Ilsa's devotion to him. Hearing her vile insults directed at his loyal maid, his hesitation vanishes, replaced by a sudden, intense resolve as he formally accepts her challenge. He shouts with burning rage that she will apologize for her words no matter what it takes, while Ophelia merely smirks, satisfied that she has provoked him. Ludwig formally accepts the challenge, declaring that he will force an apology for the insults leveled against Ilsa no matter what it takes. Unmoved, Ophelia tells him that she will be waiting at the training grounds after class, while Ludwig inwardly notes that the time has finally come to unleash the blade crafted by special royal order. Proudly unveils his personal double-bladed weapon, Twin Blade Sakura. Though Ilsa protests that he had no need to accept such an outrageous demand, he gently hushes her concerns, explains that declining would leave her honor tarnished, asserting with absolute confidence that he has no intention of losing to Princess Ophelia. His gaze sharpens with fierce determination as he vows that they will achieve victory together. Later at the arena, Ophelia smirks upon seeing him step forward, giving him credit at least for not running away. Surveying the massive crowd gathered around the courtyard walls, he wonders if the entire academy has assembled just to witness him get thoroughly beaten. Ophelia notices his 2 swords and commends his choice, boasting that as someone who lives for battle, she would never fail to recognize a fine weapon. She unsheathes her massive sword with a terrifying presence, asking if he is ready to begin while he acknowledges her overwhelming aura. Watching from among the spectators, Ilsa silently pleads for her master not to overexert himself in this dangerous duel. Unwavering in his resolve, he readies his twin blades and boldly calls out his opponent to face him in combat. He braced himself as his opponent surged forward with a furious battle cry, commending his resolve before unleashing her strike. Clashing blades with all her strength, she pressed the offensive without holding back. The force of their collision set off a shower of sparks, the harsh scraping of steel echoing across the field as neither gave an inch in the initial clash. So astonished that he managed to hold off her full force strike, she smirked at his unexpected resilience. He offered a strained smile in return, admitting his own surprise while a chill of fear ran down his spine. Relentless momentum continued as she swung again, the violent shockwave leaving his arms completely numb. Struggling to maintain his footing under her overwhelming power, he was forced back onto the defensive. Barely parrying another crushing overhead blow, he gritted his teeth against the sheer impact that threatened to shatter his guard. She wielded her massive blade as effortlessly as if it were a lightweight branch, driving him back with a barrage of swift, heavy strikes. Every swing carried devastating weight, driving him to the absolute limit as he fought to deflect each incoming blow. Surprised by the solid resistance of his block, she felt as though her blade had struck a mountain of solid iron. He recognized that his fortitude was the fruit of his brutal training, having repeatedly conditioned his body to withstand extreme physical punishment. Taking a brief moment to catch her breath, she chucked softly, admitting she had expected the duel to end swiftly with him remaining trapped on the defensive. Panting heavily from the intense strain, he pushed back against her words. Grinning with fierce excitement, she confessed that no opponent had ever endured her assault like this, expressing genuine delight in the thrill of the battle. Even as his muscles screamed in agony and his body neared its breaking point, he taunted her, asking if her offensive was finally over. Unfazed and brimming with energy, She prepared to resume her onslaught with her blade kaled Fulch. Watched in disbelief as Ophelia declared her intention to cut through everything with the full might of her house, unleashing a technique far too overpowered to face head-on. The ferocious cry, she unleashed the Stormbreaker, creating a massive vortex of wind and force that sent him gritting his teeth as he attempted to withstand the violent burst. Devastating skill dealt massive damage and knocked back everything in its path, sending the young warrior flying backward into the dirt. However, as Ophelia knelt panting from the exertion, he quickly analyzed the situation, realizing that after executing such a high-damage move, she would be completely incapacitated for 2 exchanges. Taking immediate advantage of her opening, he surged forward, closing the distance rapidly before she could recover. The sudden, decisive thrust, he caught her completely off guard as his blade reached her position. In a flurry of decisive strikes, he subdued her defenses, leaving her unable to counter. Standing over the defeated Ophelia, he held his blade ready and declared that victory was theirs. Suddenly, a warm glow illuminated the area as powerful extra healing magic was cast directly upon him, soothing his battered body. Lying on the ground, he slowly raised his head, bewildered by the unexpected application of healing magic restoring his strength. Looking up, he questioned Saint Natalia about why she chose to assist him, to which she merely responded with a gentle, knowing giggle while inquiring how he was feeling. She offered a serene smile, casually explaining that her presence was mere coincidence after happening to pass nearby. Ludwig expressed his sincere gratitude for her restoration magic, but the holy maiden softly nudged his attention toward the fallen combatant across the grounds. Before anyone could fully process the situation, a sudden movement caused Ophelia to gasp in surprise as she was abruptly pulled back. Ilsa embraced Ludwig frantically, asking if he was unharmed after the intense clash. Reassuring her that Saint Natalia had completely restored his energy, Ludwig stood firm while Ophelia puffed her cheeks in mild annoyance, questioning if this coordinated turn of events had been their secret scheme all along. Nodded inwardly, acknowledging that a reckless head-on assault would have resulted in immediate defeat from her overwhelming counterstrike. Meanwhile, Ophelia stared in quiet contemplation at the idea of fighting a 2-on-1 battle. It reminded her of her own terms, noting she had explicitly permitted Ilsa to join if confidence waned. Explaining his tactical stance, he noted that he simply endured on defense until Ilsa created the precise opening to strike. In the surrounding sidelines, discontent began to brew among the spectators as hostile jeers echoed across the arena, accusing Ludwig of underhanded tactics and calling his actions cowardly. Outraged by their disrespect, Ophelia turned toward the crowd and shouted for absolute silence. She fiercely defended the result, declaring that she had authorized the 2-on-1 conditions herself and that Ludwig had fought honorably within the rules of their duel. Licking her tongue in frustration at the unruly audience, she lamented how their foolish interruptions had tarnished the contest, ultimately commending both Ludwig and Ilsa for their splendid display of martial prowess. Lowering her head in a solemn gesture, she offered a sincere apology for her prior harsh remarks. Ludwig accepted her humility with grace, relieved that mutual respect had been restored between them. She went on to confess that had he not weathered the full force of her technique, she might have lost the match even without Ilsa's intervention, a compliment that left Ludwig bashfully dismissing her high praise. She declared that because he had endured her blade, she would accept his words as truth, though she acknowledged that the rest of the crowd might not be so easily satisfied. Turning her attention to her subordinate, she commanded Clarice to step forward and address the remaining dynamic. The swift blow, the bound form of Thomas was cast down onto the dirt before them. The onlookers quickly recognized the sprawling young man as Sophia's personal attendant. Pressing the interrogation, the interrogator demanded Thomas speak up and account for his earlier accusations regarding the night of the ball. The young attendant could only stammer in terror, trembling under the terrifying glare focused upon him. Observing the spectacle, Ophelia called out to the flustered princess, questioning whether she intended to address the disgraceful conduct of her attendant, who had incited the crowd even after the duel concluded. Stepping forward with a cold demeanor, Sophia proclaimed Thomas an utter disgrace to her kingdom and coolly offered to execute him on the spot to restore her family's honor. leaving those nearby stunned by her ruthlessness. Groveling on the ground, Thomas cried out in anguish, pleading that every treasonous act he committed was done solely out of devotion to her. But his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. Turning to the true victim of the slander, the knight proposed leaving Thomas's punishment directly to Ludwig, causing the young prince to sweat nervously as the burden of judgment was thrust onto him. Taking a firm stance, Ludwig addressed Thomas directly, condemning his unacceptable behavior toward royalty while sternly reprimanding the surrounding spectators who had blindly egged on the false accusations. He concluded that rather than delivering summary personal vengeance, the entire matter should be handed over to the imperial judiciary system, ensuring proper legal proceedings for both the ringleader and the crowd. Ophelia quietly observed that because court proceedings remained strictly confidential, no disgraceful details of the testimony would ever leak back to the kingdom of Belga, as Sophia stood listening silently. She watched as whispers rippled through the assembled crowd gathered along the grand hall. Sophia noted the presence of loyal attendants like Ilsa and Clarice, contrasting them with the bound traitor Thomas, declaring with fierce resolve that she would watch closely to see what ultimate fate awaited each of them following the knight's revelation. Ludwig stood stunned, caught completely off guard by the sheer intensity and sudden shift in her demeanor. Sophia offered a composed, knowing smile. He could only stare back in silent bewilderment, struggling to parse her true intentions. Preparing to take his leave, Ludwig quietly questioned Ophelia if this turn of events had been her grand scheme all along, but she merely offered a coy reply. Before he could exit, Sophia pointed directly at him, dramatically proclaiming that she had finally witnessed his true nature. She strode away with boisterous, triumphant laughter. Ludwig watched her depart with a grimace, begrudgingly admitting to himself that despite her headstrong nature, she could be frustratingly at school. Eleonora insistently pressed Prince Ludwig to join her for combat training that day. Already overwhelmed by the relentless attention, the young prince promptly declined, wishing for nothing more than a quiet afternoon. Attempting to find solace during mealtime, he found little relief as Ilsa quietly asked if he would prefer to eat elsewhere, while others kept their distance. Slumped over his food, he lamented that he could not even enjoy a simple lunch in peace. Glancing across the table, he silently reflected on Eleonora's reputation. Though she appeared as an imposing and sharp knight princess to the outside world, he couldn't help but marvel at the contrast between her fearsome moniker and her secret, clumsy nature. Suddenly, Saint Natalia burst into the room, embracing him tightly and inviting him out to town. The sudden display provoked angry shouts from surrounding onlookers, leaving the suffocating prince to wonder why he was receiving all the blame, while Eleonora coldly offered to eliminate the noisy crowd. Unfazed by the hostile glares from Eleonora and Ilsa, Natalia teased them for their harshness before turning her bright smile back toward the young prince, announcing that she had a special favor to ask of him. She revealed that the church would soon be hosting a soup kitchen in the imperial slums, asking if he would be willing to assist. Realizing that fulfilling such a charitable request aligned perfectly with his duties as crown prince, he readily agreed to help. Formally expressed his honor to contribute for the good of the empire, prompting the delighted saint to clasp her hands together and offer her sincere gratitude. Soon after, the group arrived at the imperial slums, where the bustling relief effort was set up amidst the modest wooden buildings of the district. Elsa took charge of organizing the eager crowd into an orderly line, while nearby guards carried heavy crates of supplies to ensure there would be enough food for everyone. Prince Ludwig threw himself into the manual labor, nervously handing out warm bowls of soup to the local residents until he collapsed in utter exhaustion, breathing heavily while his companions watched on. Couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of suffering people within the empire. The core reason was the nation's rapid shift toward militarism. While the true impact was currently cushioned by expansion, he knew it was only a matter of time before the burden crushed the common folk. If he could somehow avert the disastrous end awaiting them and reach a survival route, he decided it was time to make a genuine effort. Sophia firmly believed that Ludwig possessed the potential to guide the empire toward a brighter direction, questioning if it was not wise to place their trust in him. Inspired by Ophelia's encouragement, Sophia realized that even she might be capable of making a difference, leaving him nervously chuckling at her earnest resolve. Grateful to both Ophelia and the saint for opening his eyes to the reality of the empire, His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when an armored soldier grabbed him by the shoulder, demanding he step aside. Undeterred by the soldier's aggressive claims of resistance, the prince calmly retorted that he had done nothing wrong and was far too busy distributing soup to waste time on meaningless confrontation. Shouting for Ludwig to meet him at the west wall once the soup kitchen closed, the hot-headed soldier stormed off, leaving him and Sophia standing in bewildered silence as they questioned what had just occurred. He suggested that Ilse wait behind for her own convenience. The maid flatly refused his request, stating firmly that she could never leave him unmonitored. Upon reaching the quiet meeting spot near the wall, he offered a polite apology for the delay while pressing the soldier to explain the reason behind the summons. Without wasting any pleasantries, the abrasive soldier bluntly declared that their discussion was directly concerning the saint, prompting Ludwig to quietly note how persistent the man's rudeness remained. He stood his ground as the hot-headed soldier pointed an accusatory finger, warning him sternly that a man of his standing would only hamper Saint Natalia, who bore the sacred responsibility of leading all the Western realms. Minerva Holy Church, to which she belonged, operated as a colossal religious power throughout the entire Western world, wielding an influence that far surpassed that of many sovereign nations. Recognizing that the soldier merely feared he would tarnish her prestige, the prince firmly countered that such a choice rested solely with the saint herself, declaring that he had no intention of backing away. Reflecting silently on how the day's soup kitchen had forced him to reconsider his initial perception of the saint, he dismissed the bewildered soldier and offered a curt farewell before turning to leave. Storming away in anger, the warrior shouted back that he would never acknowledge such a hideous prince. Departure was fueled by passionate belief, as the soldier revered the saint as the sacred divine avatar, destined to salvage their broken world. As the soldier receded, Marco chuckled nearby, expressing amusement that Ludwig had boldly refused to distance himself from the saint, leaving the prince wondering what his intent truly was. Puzzled by Marco's unexpected stance, he put the matter aside and signaled for his loyal maid to follow. Walking together through the quiet alleyway near the wooden stalls, he offered her a soft word of gratitude for her dedicated assistance throughout the day. Taken aback, she beamed warmly and reminded him that aiding him was her true calling, while he noted to himself that expressing proper appreciation was vital to steering away from a disastrous future. Paused briefly, turning to ask Ilse to wait while he stepped over to assist with the ongoing cleanup effort. Natalia giggled softly as she approached Ludwig, offering a sincere apology for interrupting him. She explained that she wanted to express her gratitude for his help at the soup kitchen today and for the blankets and supplies provided by the Empire, which she had never expected. He humbly brushed off her praise, admitting it was shameful that it took the church's movement for them to get involved, though Natalia maintained that she found his actions truly admirable. She continued to explain that while other Western nations routinely run soup kitchens, it was far more common elsewhere to leave such matters entirely to the church, making his personal involvement all the more surprising. Recognizing that standing while talking felt unnatural, he gestured toward a seat, suggesting they sit down together. As they settled down, he silently recalled etiquette advice regarding proper conduct around women. Natalia expressed her relief, noting he was nothing like the rumors portrayed him, while apologizing deeply for Batista's rude behavior earlier. Her eyes welled with emotional urgency as she pleaded desperately with him not to place any blame on her companion. He immediately reassured her with passionate conviction, insisting that the saint had done absolutely nothing wrong. He assured her that he had no intention of distancing himself from her, resolve firming as he internally vowed never to push a heroine into despair before asking if she would invite him to help again in the future. Overjoyed by his offer, Natalia beamed and reached out to warmly grasp his hand in agreement, startling him slightly with her enthusiastic response. She leaned in close, holding his hand with surprising force as she admitted she had heard terrible rumors about him being a monster destined to ruin the world, demanding to know his true intentions. Confronted with the question of whether he truly planned to bring about the destruction of the world, he stammered in panic, fervently denying any such desire. As he assured her he would never commit such atrocities, her sharp gaze remained fixed on his eyes, searching his expression for any trace of deceit. After a moment of intense scrutiny, she finally relaxed her grip and released his hand, satisfied that he was telling the truth. Chuckling softly with a gentle smile, she warmly declared her trust in him, while he nursed his throbbing hand in disbelief, internally marveling at how even non-combatant heroines possessed terrifying physical strength. The young woman lay in bed, groaning softly in distress as her body strained against a mysterious affliction, her consciousness faltering under the weight of her suffering. Gathering around her bedside, Ludwig, Eleonora, and Ilse stood together in solemn silence, observing the bedridden young woman with deep concern. The young man seated nearby thanked them for arriving so quickly, prompting Ludwig to urgently inquire about Natalia's current condition. He explained that Batista had also contracted the same mysterious illness and now lay bedridden in another room, clearly showing the severity of the affliction. Shocked by the revelation that the victims were gradually turning to stone, Ludwig listened intently as the man offered to step outside to explain the situation in full detail. Detailed how the affliction slowly petrifies the skin until it brings death, revealing that over the past 2 months the infected population had surged to encompass nearly the entire town, leaving them desperate about what steps to take next. Interrupting his explanation for a moment as groan sounds echoed from the bed, he excused himself to change Batista's towel. As he moved, a strange object slipped from Marco's pocket and clattered to the floor, immediately catching Ludwig's sharp eye as he recognized it as a piece of stone. Noticing Marco's subtle shift in tone and expressions, Ludwig narrowed his eyes with growing suspicion. Despite Marco's reluctance, Ludwig firmly requested to inspect the saintness once more to uncover the truth behind the petrification. He stepped closer to inspect Natalia, ignoring Ilse's startled warning that he shouldn't be approaching so carelessly. As Natalia weakly acknowledged Prince Ludwig's presence and lamented her pitiful state, he recognized the symptoms immediately, realizing he had seen this condition before. He recalled the original game's lore, remembering how after being exiled and broken, the fallen Saintess Natalia would wallow in self-pity. Her tragic past flooded his thoughts. How she had been discovered by the Pope, crushed under the pressure of her title, and eventually surrendered her soul to the demon Diabolo because no incident ever occurred to save her. Determined to change that grim destiny in a world plagued by destruction, he looked gently down at her and assured her that she was not pathetic at all. He explained that she had always worked relentlessly as the Saintess, risking everything for Borgonia, and that he and his companions had come this far specifically to help her. Gently grasping her hand, he promised to save the country in her stead, urging her to leave the rest to them while resting easy as Natalia Silvestri. Leaving the room shortly after, the maid suggested they wash up before entering the inn, but he abruptly interrupted her as an urgent realization struck him. Turning to Ophelia and his companions, he urged them to remain perfectly calm and listen closely to what he was about to reveal. With absolute conviction, he declared that the affliction was not a true disease at all, but rather the manifestation of a stone dragon's mana core. He recalled that in the game world, petrification was merely one of several status ailments that players had to contend with. Eleonora was skeptical, demanding to know if such an item truly existed. To keep his past life knowledge secret, he claimed he had read about it in a royal archive, assuring her that the artifact was undoubtedly real. Reflecting on the absurd difficulty of his previous world's game, he remembered that the Stone Dragon's mana core had been added as a relief mechanic for players. If deployed during an invasion, it granted the user an overwhelming tactical advantage. Dropping a Stone Dragon's mana core directly into a settlement's central water supply would corrupt the water with tainted mana, gradually turning every resident who drank it into solid stone. Sudden realization struck Eleonora with terrifying clarity. The outbreak was no natural, mysterious affliction, but a deliberate act of sabotage intended to wipe out the town. Eleonora insisted they could save the afflicted. He worried whether they could secure enough resources for so many victims. He explained that special magic-absorbing stones, traded by imperial merchants, could neutralize the mana. Rallying his allies with unwavering determination, he outlined their immediate plan. First, gather as many magic-absorbing stones as possible, then hunt down the core itself. His companions eagerly voiced their complete support. Meanwhile, securing a vast supply of these stones required high-level political influence. Ophelia was already negotiating with her father, the King of Brynn, to gain official royal cooperation. He argued that diplomatic strategy favored extending goodwill to distant allies rather than placing immediate pressure on neighboring territories. Providing timely humanitarian aid through the empire would secure crucial long-term political goodwill and strategic leverage for the future. Successfully secured official imperial sanction, drawing a boisterous laugh from Emperor Otto, who readily granted his approval. As the emperor chuckled over his son's cleverness, the young prince expressed his heartfelt gratitude, relieved to have the empire's backing. Leaving the audience chamber behind, their voices echoed softly down the high-arched, illuminated corridor of the palace. As they walked together, Ilsa commended Ludwig's success, while his companion asked whether they should notify the Kingdom of Borgonia or the Minerva Holy Church. Ludwig firmly rejected the idea, warning that taking such action now would be premature. He explained that because the identity of the person who planted the stone dragon's mana core remained unknown, leaking word of their operation might alert the culprit and allow them to escape. Both the Empire and the Bryn Kingdom now involved, Ilsa confirmed that securing the magic-absorbing stones was well within their reach, though acquiring enough to cure the entire city of Polga would inevitably take time. Gently placing her hand over his gloved fingers, Ilsa reminded him that he did not have to bear this burden alone. She pointed out that even after the Holy Church had abandoned Borgonia, he had extended his hand to offer genuine hope to the suffering people. Looking at him with eyes brimming with devotion, she proudly swore her name, Ilsa Hildebrandt, stating that having witnessed his unshakable resolve, she took immense pride in serving as his maid. Touched by her unwavering loyalty, he offered a quiet thanks before turning to her with a fierce, confident smile, bidding her watch closely as he vowed to save Polga. Fired up with determination, he declared that those responsible for this atrocity would pay dearly. Turning to Ilsa near the fountain, he handed her a magic-absorbing stone and instructed her to place it in the Saintess' mouth, explaining that it would neutralize her petrification. Leaning in close to ensure total secrecy, he quietly commanded her to slip into the clinic unnoticed, making sure to avoid the watchful eyes of Marco and Batista. He carefully passed the magic-absorbing stone into her hands, entrusting her with a single task that could turn the tide of their struggle. Accepting the stone with utmost grace, she offered a serene, confident smile, promising to carry out his every command without fail, reassuring her that she would forever remain his cherished attendant. He then turned his attention to his remaining companions to enlist their aid for the perilous dive ahead. Standing by the murky pond, the group discussed how the entire city's water supply originated from this basin, confirming that the stone dragon's mana core must be submerged somewhere deep below. Equipped with the magic-absorbing stones, he declared his plan to dive repeatedly until the core was found. Though his companions protested that entering the most contaminated zone was practically suicide, he calmly assured them that his past survival training allowed him to hold his breath underwater for 5 full minutes. He added self-deprecatingly that despite his recent physical changes, his heavy 300-kilogram physique made it impossible to float, making him surprisingly well-suited for walking along the pond floor. Explaining that he had intentionally sent his faithful maid away on a separate errand to keep her out of harm's way, he emphasized that his survival now rested entirely in their hands as his anchor. Understanding the weight of the moment, the two women stood firm and bound themselves to his safety, telling him to rely on them completely. He outlined the signal system, instructing them to pull him up using the tide rope the moment he gave a sharp tug, whether he ran out of air or located the target. Overcome with intense loyalty and concern, the young noblewoman passionately vowed never to let him perish, swearing she would follow him to the grave if he failed to return, a dramatic pledge that left him sweating in sheer embarrassment. She called out in worried caution alongside her companion, watching tensely as the young prince announced his descent and plunged headfirst into the murky, cursed waters. Descending into the pitch-black abyss, he felt the oppressive weight of the lake while observing how the petrifying energy grew denser, pointing him toward his target. Because of his extreme physical density, his feet planted firmly onto the muddy bottom, allowing him to trek across the lake floor without floating. Through the swirling underwater darkness, a radiant orb suddenly gleamed before him, the long-sought mana core of the stone dragon. As he drew closer, the overwhelming curse rapidly calcified his limbs, far outpacing the capacity of the magic-absorbing stones in his mouth. Refusing to let his body freeze entirely, he mustered his remaining strength and reached out to grasp the core with his bare hand. The instant his fingers touched the relic, a violent burst of magic erupted, forcing him to yank frantically on the rope bound to his waist as his throat began to turn to stone. Feeling the sudden violent tug from below, the women at the surface screamed his name in absolute horror and desperation. Hauling him back to land, they watched as the glowing core rolled out beside his stiffened body, prompting them to rush all available magic-absorbing stones to his side. Despite successfully retrieving the relic, he lay helpless as the petrification gripped his jaw and throat, rendering him completely unable to speak as the stones clattered around him. Buried head to toe under a mound of magic-absorbing stones with only his face sticking out, he finds himself feeling a bit ridiculous. Slowly regaining the ability to move, he notices Princess Ophelia pouring an excessive amount of stones over him, while she cries out his name in sheer relief. Overcome with emotion after seeing him safe, she pulls him into a sudden, passionate embrace, surprising him completely. She clings to him and expresses just how terribly worried she had been. He softly apologizes for causing her such distress. In that quiet moment, Ilsa emerges from the surrounding trees, calling out to him with concern. Panicking at the sudden return, he hastily shoves Ophelia away to hide the intimate moment. Yet as Ilsa approaches and sees his condition, her face turns pale with fright, and Ophelia casually mentions that he plunged into the pond to retrieve the dragon's core. Ilsa turns to him, her voice trembling as she softly calls his name. Tears spill from her eyes as she confronts him, asking if he truly wishes to cause her this much grief every single time. Overwhelmed by sadness, she breaks down into heavy, rhythmic sobs, while he holds her close and repeatedly apologizes. Gently cradling her head against his chest, he firmly resolves never to cause her such pain or worry again. Under the calm night sky, his quiet apology fades into the serene atmosphere of the outing with resolute determination. The loyal maid firmly declared that she would never leave her prince's side again. Her dramatic expression drew a chuckle from the young prince, who found her light-hearted indignation endearing. He gently asked if she was unhurt. She flushed and shouted back that he ought to worry about his own well-being before hers, forcing him to laughingly concede. Noting that the saint had made a full recovery, she inquired about his next move. Extending his hand, he vowed to make the culprits behind the scheme pay dearly in agony, a sentiment she enthusiastically endorsed while their companion cautioned against reckless action. Listening closely, the noblewoman asked if he already suspected a specific perpetrator behind the attack. He admitted that while he could not be entirely certain of the ultimate mastermind, he already possessed a strong inclination. Reaching down to grip her weapon, the determined noblewoman summoned her knightly companion to prepare for action. Raising her weapon high, she boldly proclaimed that she would personally crush the offender to a pulp, prompting the prince to remark amusingly that the villain had crossed the wrong person. Suddenly, their light banter was cut short as a rustle in the surrounding woods signaled an unexpected presence. Stepping out from the shadowed trees came Marco. Confronting him directly, the prince questioned why he was out here instead of tending to the saint, prompting the intruder to slyly ask when his cover had been blown. As the knight stood cornered under heavy suspicion, she questioned his allegiance, pointing out that as a holy knight, he was bound to be the saint's ultimate ally and sworn protector. Ludwig pressed the point further, highlighting how the petrification core had engulfed the whole city and incapacitated even the saint herself, making it impossible for someone at her side to escape entirely unscathed. Sharp conviction, Ludwig declared that the true mastermind behind the entire catastrophic scheme was none other than the Minerva Holy Church itself. Reeling from the revelation, she gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom why the church would turn on its own icon and inflict such devastation upon the kingdom of Borgonia. Ludwig began detailing the internal power struggle within the church, explaining how factional rivalries between the Pope and ambitious figures like Cardinal Lorenzo, Rodolfo Maldini, fueled hidden betrayals. He explained that to a power-hungry faction seeking absolute control, a saint beloved by the populace and loyal to the Pope was merely an obstacle to be eliminated. Drawing his weapon alongside his companions, Ludwig promised to extract the full truth inside a Borgonian prison cell, prompting an enraged roar from their attacker. Steel clashed furiously in the forest as the assailant lashed out, accusing Ludwig of corrupting the saint and siding with her enemies while casting doubt on everything he stood for. In a frantic surge of anger, the attacker revealed his hidden motivation, recalling a shocking glimpse of the saint performing a perverse ritual before a demon, a sight he blamed entirely on Ludwig's influence. As their blades locked tightly amidst the trees, the knight spat out accusations of dark, demonic worship, leaving Ludwig thoroughly bewildered by the bizarre accusation. He stood his ground, pointing out that watching the saint 24 hours a day was nothing short of outright stalking. Flustered and enraged, the knight screamed back that he was merely her dutiful protector. Realizing his position was indefensible, the knight clicked his tongue and signaled a full retreat to his comrade as they backed off into the dense woods. The final venomous glare, he cursed his opponent as a hideous monster and vowed that their next meeting would bring his swift demise before leaping into the trees. When Ophelia urged the group to give chase, he immediately interjected, warning her not to pursue their fleeing enemies. Calmly sheathing his weapon, he reasoned that reporting the conspiracy directly to both the Kingdom of Borgonia and the Minerva Holy Church would be sufficient to resolve the matter. At that moment, Saint Natalia emerged from the shade of the forest, stepping forward gently as the group checked on her physical well-being after the confrontation. She looked down with a heavy heart, trembling as she voiced her fear that he was now deeply disappointed in her after hearing the dark accusations leveled against her. He reassured her with an earnest smile, declaring that her faith did not dictate her worth and that he cared only about who she was as a person, bringing her to tears of emotional relief. Turning the mood around with mischievous confidence, he declared that regardless of whether goddess Minerva or demon Diavolo guided them, they should move forward together and punish their corrupt foes. Natalia burst into a joyful laugh at his spirited resolve, while the rest of their companions watched with fond amusement as the bond between them grew even stronger. He stood waiting in the Kingdom of Borgonia's grand reception room, while Ilsa reassured Saint Natalia that as long as Prince Ludwig was leading this request, there was no cause for concern about whether King Dinis would grant their plea to save Polga. Moments later, Natalia playfully coddled Ludwig, leaning close to feed him delicious snacks and brushing aside all formality in the quiet waiting room. Flustered by her sudden proximity, he stammered that she was getting far too close, but she teasingly reminded him that no one else was present besides the two of them. As Natalia continued nuzzling against him, the young prince desperately called out to Ilsa for help, only for the maid to stoically look away and ignore his plight. Heartbroken by her cold rejection, he collapsed into a state of utter gloom alongside Ophelia, who sighed heavily over the agonizing delay in being summoned. Her gloomy waiting came to an end when an attendant opened the heavy doors, announcing that the preparations were complete and requesting that they proceed to the Hall of Mist. Entering the grand throne room, Ludwig and his companions bowed respectfully before King Dinis II of Borgonia, who formally welcomed the prince, Princess Ophelia, and Saint Natalia to his court. Presenting their urgent case, he explained that they had secured the dangerous core of the stone dragon and were absorbing the remaining magic stones, begging his majesty to make the decision to save his suffering people. Refusing to beg on his knees for basic compassion, he declared that Borgonia ought to resolve its own crisis, though he still personally chose to fight alongside Natalia, so her noble efforts would be rewarded. Hearing their bold claims, Minister Ricardo stepped forward with a mocking smile, revealing to the king that their investigation proved the mysterious disease plaguing Polga was orchestrated directly by the Pope's faction within the Minerva Holy Church to expand their power. Listened in grim realization as the minister explained how the dragon cores were imported from Gassalo to engineer the crisis, proving the entire disaster was intentionally manufactured. Gaining confidence, he gestured toward himself and Saint Natalia, pointing out that their peaceful presence together stood as indisputable evidence against the opposition's claims. The minister mockingly implied that even the Kingdom of Bryn was complicit. Ophelia bristled with rage, unable to contain her indignation at his arrogant smirk. Before tempers could flare out of control, King Dinis II raised his voice, commanding immediate silence across the Great Hall. Monarch firmly stated that further political bickering was meaningless, reminding everyone present that Ludwig's party had already eliminated the threat, leaving only the duty to save the citizens. Without waiting for imperial permission, the king commanded his officers to bypass all red tape and distribute the magic-absorbing stones to Polga immediately. A wave of quiet triumph washed over the armored guards lined up against the hall, their hearty laughter signaling a decisive turn in the kingdom's favor. Sharp contrast was unmistakable. While the defeated minister gritted his teeth in bitter frustration, Ludwig offered a sly, victorious grin. As they departed the throne room, Ilsa beamed with pure joy, excitedly celebrating her master's brilliant negotiation. Believed that King Dinis had proven to be a benevolent ruler who prioritized his people, Ludwig rallied his companions to set out for their next objective without delay. As he looks on, his allies discuss the remaining political obstacles, noting that while the cardinal faction is unlikely to ever confess, securing the Stone Dragon core provides crucial leverage over the Gablot Maritime Kingdom to uncover who truly orchestrated the plot, drawing affectionate praise for his far-sighted strategy. Swift royal decrees ensure that the magic-absorbing stones are distributed immediately throughout the city, prioritizing those whose petrification has reached the most critical stage. The Empire securing additional supplies and transporting them rapidly. The combined relief efforts successfully avert complete disaster for the citizens of Polga, who express deep gratitude to their saviors. However, the brief moment of relief is shattered as heavily armed guards come marching forward, led by an official who rudely demands that everyone clear the path. Minister Ricardo steps forward surrounded by soldiers, declaring the alleged saintess, Natalia, a criminal and formally placing her under arrest for bringing chaos upon Polga, leaving her stunned and defenseless. Soldiers shout orders to arrest the saintess. Ludwig steps firmly in front of them, refusing to let them pass. The hostile commander smirks, openly mocking the group for prioritizing Polga's salvation over King Dinis's commands, making Ludwig instantly realize that the enemy intends to frame them for the entire catastrophe. The commanding officer declares that the saintess must be captured as the root cause of the crisis until the truth comes to light. Hearing their transparent scheme to scapegoat his allies, Ludwig's jaw tightens with resolve. Realizing with anger that Ricardo and the cardinal faction may have been conspirators from the very beginning, Ludwig quickly takes command of the situation. He instructs Ilsa and Claris to escort the saintess safely back to King Dinis, while he and Ophelia hold the line. Though Eleonora hesitates, unwilling to leave them behind to fight alone, she recognizes the necessity of the plan and reluctantly agrees to fall back with the others. Reassuring his retreating allies that he and Ophelia excel at defense, Ludwig watches them depart. Immediately taking the offensive, Ophelia steps forward and unleashes a devastating spell, Stormbreaker, sweeping through the front ranks of the enemy troops. Impressed by the overwhelming firepower of Ophelia's spell, Ludwig draws confidence from her strength. When she suddenly alerts him to an incoming assailant, he braces himself and readily charges forward to take the blow. Steel clashes violently as the enemy soldier taunts Ludwig, claiming responsibility for the scheme and threatening to make the saintess his personal prize. Disgusted by the man's vile words, Ludwig furiously rebuffs him, telling the unwanted pursuer to shut his mouth. Looking back nervously from a distance, the retreating group calls out in concern for Prince Ludwig's safety, right as another hostile combatant attempts to exploit a blind spot in the dynamic combat. Ophelia grits her teeth as she fends off the relentless assault of armed knights, desperately keeping the path clear for the retreating party. Mid-combat, Ludwig turns to confront the armored knight Marco face-to-face, calling him out in fury as their blades lock in an intense clash. He stood firmly as the turncoat reacted with utter disbelief to his surprise appearance, gritting his teeth while acknowledging that his arrival had not quite caught them as flat-footed as he had hoped. Outraged, the enemy soldiers cursed the betrayal in favor of what they deemed a lesser foe, while he swung his blade in the fray, admitting that even with powerful allies, being surrounded on all sides was an uphill battle. Sudden footsteps echoed across the stone floor as Ilsa rushed into the hall, calling out to her master and breathlessly declaring that reinforcements had finally arrived, bringing immense relief to his weary face. Marching in synchronized formation, the newly arrived guards reassured the group that they were relieved to have made it just in the nick of time. At the head of the detachment stood Pope Agrieta Menzione of the Minerva Holy Church, announcing that she had heard everything. She confronted the conspirators directly, declaring that she possessed definitive evidence, proving Natalia's innocence, and demanding an immediate reckoning. Turning her attention to the young prince, Agrieta confirmed his identity as the crown prince of the Baldburg Empire, noting with a smile that Natalia had spoken very highly of his valor. Gesturing toward the bound conspirators brought in by her guards, Agrieta explained that capturing the scoundrels who had tarnished her church's name required considerable effort, leaving the prince quietly impressed. With all key figures assembled, the Pope turned her piercing gaze upon Cardinal Lorenzo, offering him a chance to explain his treacherous actions, causing the cardinal to gasp in sheer horror. Seeing Lorenzo struck dumb with shame and fear, she stepped forward authoritatively, offering to speak in his stead and lay bare every one of his crimes. Agrieta revealed that the supply chain for the stone dragon cores traced directly back to the kingdom of Belga, leading Sophia to realize with quiet alarm that Cardinal Lorenzo was deeply intertwined with her homeland. She watched as the king stepped forward, offering to clarify the true nature of their alliance, while Ludwig looked on in utter disbelief. King Dennis elaborated on his lineage, explaining that his mother was a royal from Belga, which gained him the staunch support of powerful faction leaders like Ricardo. Pope Agrieta chimed in cheerfully, revealing that a mountain of letters implicating Lorenzo had been uncovered at his private estate, leaving Ludwig thoroughly stunned. Decisively, King Dennis ordered Ricardo's immediate arrest for bringing ruin upon the people of Polga, ignoring the noble's desperate cries of a conspiracy. As Ricardo seethed in helpless fury, Ludwig stood firm, sternly informing the traitor that his ambitions were finished and to surrender quietly. Driven to madness, Ricardo retrieved a cursed relic, muttering frantic prayers to his revered saintess as the dark object began to react. Gross, shadowy tentacles burst forth from the relic, coiling around Ricardo's body and absorbing him into their writhing mass. Ludwig barked a command for everyone to fall back as the monstrosity's massive tendrils smashed into the hall's floor and walls. Taking a defensive stance alongside him, Ophelia urgently asked whether he recognized the hideous beast unfolding before them. The creature revealed itself as an evil roper, a notorious dungeon entity whose dangerous slime dissolves clothing and acts as a potent aphrodisiac. He immediately took charge of the situation, tapping Marco on the shoulder and instructing him and the others to fall back while he confronted the creature himself. Nearby, the holy figures observed the escalating threat with an unnerving, amused detachment, fully aware of the beast's true nature. Refusing to let his ally fight alone, Marco joined him, drawing his sword as they both charged toward the writhing tentacles erupting from the floor. Dodging swiftly through the lashing limbs, the young prince closed the distance, while Marco strained to parry the overwhelming onslaught of slimy appendages. While the onlookers maintained their calm composure, Ophelia refused to stay idle and lunged into the fray with her blade raised high. Seeing her leap into danger, he spun back and bellowed for her to fall back immediately. Before his warning could reach her, the monster's thick tentacles ensnared Ophelia in midair, pinning her arms and immobilizing her completely. Moving with astonishing speed, Ilsa sprang forward and severed the tendrils holding Ophelia, offering a swift apology as she freed her noble companion. Victory was short-lived, however, as fresh tentacles wrapped tightly around the maid, their corrosive slime dissolving her uniform as Ludwig screamed her name in horror. Filled with rage at the sight of his loyal servant in peril, his eyes flared with fierce resolve as he swore not to let the creature harm her. With blinding speed, he dashed straight into the heart of the monster's domain, slicing through every tentacle in his path to rescue her. Barely had time to react as Eleonora screamed in terror for him to look out, just as a thick tentacle snapped around his neck. She cried his name in desperation. The creature hoisted him high into the air, drawing him toward its writhing central mass. Engulfed by the slimy appendages, he recoiled in disgust upon realizing he had been dragged directly into the interior of the evil roper. Despite the constricting grip pulling him toward the core, he found that his hands were still free enough to firmly grip his weapon. Deep inside the creature's body, he caught sight of an armored knight trapped and immobilized by the surrounding tentacles. Realizing the monster was unaware he was still armed and distracted by its other captive, he readied his sword for a fatal blow. Taking careful aim at the core, he plunged his blade directly into the monster's central eye. Violent thrust triggered a massive explosion of energy, shattering the evil roper apart and blasting debris in every direction. Picking himself up from the rubble, he was relieved to find he was completely unharmed, attributing his survival to the intense endurance training he had endured under Ilsa. Surveying the remnants of the fallen beast, he caught his breath in the quiet stillness following the battle. He stood panting among the debris as the slime monster collapsed, freeing the trapped knight who called out his name in sheer relief. Suddenly, the young maid embraced him tightly, crying out his name as she held him close in an overwhelming emotional display. She tearfully scolded him for taking such reckless risks, while he muffled a response against her embrace, insisting it was obvious he would come to save her. Momentarily pulling back, she suddenly realized that the acidic slime had dissolved large portions of her clothing, exposing her in embarrassment. Blushing intensely, she tried to cover herself while he stood frozen, utterly flustered by the unexpected revelation. Turning away to give her privacy, he suggested they prepare to head back, while the rest of the party looked on in stunned silence. A delayed wave of panic washed over him as the reality of the awkward situation finally fully registered in his mind. Nearby, the holy saint and her companions giggled and commented playfully on the dramatic and scandalous turn of events. Later, as the rescued knight offered sincere thanks for his heroic efforts, the saint watched quietly, reflecting on her growing desire to draw closer to him. She offered a subtle, knowing smile, her eyes filled with gentle intrigue as she observed the young prince. She stood quietly among the group in the aftermath of the skirmish, watching as heartfelt gratitude was offered to them, leaving Ludwig startled and flustered as he stammered an affirmative response amidst the... 2 weeks had passed since the resolution of the petrification crisis, bringing a sense of calm back to the academy. Minister Ricardo had been executed and his family exiled, allowing the city to heal and smiles to return to the populace. Ludwig expressed deep gratitude that everyone had made it back safe and sound, though Ophelia playfully scolded him for being so overly formal among close friends. Conversation turned to the boundary between comrades and attendants, with Natalia insisting on maintaining appropriate decorum. Ophelia supported her view, urging Ludwig to drop the royal titles since they were all students at the same academy. Meanwhile, Marco conceded that Ludwig's modest nature was simply an unchangeable part of who he was. Relieved that the immediate crisis had passed, Marco finally removed his heavy plate armor to catch his breath, prompting surprise that he too was a student. Yet, amid the quiet relief, a somber shadow remained. Batista, who had been possessed by the evil Roper, had never returned. Talia gently reminded Ludwig that he did not have to bear every burden alone, though the Minerva Church's investigation had failed to uncover full details regarding the evil Roper's identity. Ludwig quietly recalled from his past life's game knowledge that the merchants selling the cursed items hailed from the Gablot Maritime Kingdom, suspecting he might hold critical answers. Shortly after, Eleonora enthusiastically suggested that now was the perfect time for intensive joint training. However, Ilsa immediately shut her down with fierce determination, reminding her that final examinations were approaching and that studying had to take top priority. As Ludwig pondered the upcoming academic schedule, he remembered that the academy held final exams right before summer break. A distinct memory from the original game came to mind: the iconic summer swimsuit event. He realized the high stakes involved, knowing that if the main heroine failed her written exams and ended up in remedial classes, the entire swimsuit event would be skipped. Meanwhile, Eleonora struggled to balance her desire for physical training with the dreadful necessity of book study. Encouraging one another over tea, the group resolved to prepare for the tests together. Yet, quiet dread surfaced regarding the practical examination, a notorious test where students were frequently injured, prompting fierce, unspoken rivalries over who would partner with Ludwig. Ludwig expressed anxiety over the practical portion of the exam, which was structured as a 2-on-2 tag team match. He questioned why noble academics required combat prowess, but accepted it as an unyielding rule of the academy. Tension heightened upon remembering that partners would only be announced on the day of the exam, a measure meant to prevent students from arranging shady pre-made deals. This sudden revelation filled Ludwig with deep social anxiety as he contemplated the unpredictable challenge ahead. He watched as students gathered around dining tables throughout the academy cafeteria, murmuring amongst themselves about how lower-status students could easily be pressured into selling their exam scores to nobility. Deeply acutely aware of his abysmal reputation, the young prince lamented being dubbed the most hated student in the academy, internally spiraling into fears that someone might literally stab him in the back during the upcoming combat trials. As he walked past nearby tables, surrounding peers cast harsh glares in his direction, openly calling him an eyesore and telling him to get lost. Sudden jolt of paranoia struck him as he picked up distant footsteps, fearing for a moment that they were discussing him, only to realize the passers-by were focused on someone else entirely. Navigating the dining hall with a food tray in hand, another lonely student noticed everyone giving him a wide berth, though he tried to convince himself that being left alone was ultimately a relief. Deciding that he could not simply ignore a fellow outcast, Ludwig reached out warmly to the hesitant boy, inviting him to sit and join their table. Startled by the unexpected hospitality, the boy began flustering and bowing in a flurried panic, stammering that someone like him shouldn't sit near royalty. Ludwig immediately recognized the self-deprecating demeanor in the young man, realizing they shared the exact same outcast energy and social anxieties. Reassuring the newcomer with a friendly grin, Ludwig checked with his companions to ensure everyone was comfortable adding another guest to their group. Both the noble ladies graciously welcomed the newcomer without hesitation, declaring that they would happily follow Prince Ludwig's wishes. He welcomed the newcomer to the table, introducing himself alongside his attendant Ilsa and Natalia, who sat with them. Ophelia then introduced herself, alongside her holy knight Marco and her attendant Clarice, as the group settled into conversation. Timid student stammered nervously, prompting Ophelia to gently ask if something was wrong and inquire about his name. Seeing the boy's extreme anxiety, Ludwig urged Ophelia not to rush him, though he suddenly realized that the boy's voice sounded strangely familiar. The nervous boy finally introduced himself as Gilberto Ilmgard Gablot from the Gablot Maritime Kingdom, instantly triggering a sharp memory in Ludwig. Ludwig recalled that this was the very merchant from Gablot who sold all manner of shady, powerful game items in his former life. Gilberto humbly explained that his nation was deeply indebted to the Baldebelk Empire, as the empire had established formal diplomatic relations with Gablot during its western conquests. Ophelia interjected sharply, noting that while her kingdom held no ties with Gablot, dark rumors persisted about their illicit trade in weapons, poisons, and slaves. Heavy accusations cast a gloom over the table as Ophelia bluntly branded his entire homeland and nation built on piracy and death. While a demoralized Gilberto offered to excuse himself, Ludwig immediately spoke up to defend him, arguing that national reputation should not define an individual. Firmly assured the young prince that there was no reason for him to leave, offering to step away himself instead if his presence felt like an eyesore to the group. His direct words brought a sudden hush over the table, leaving Ophelia flushed with embarrassment as she stammered out a quiet apology for her hasty judgment. Ophelia conceded that he was right and admitted she had lost her composure, while Natalia gently echoed the sentiment, regretting that she had failed to see Gilberto for who he truly was. Calling out cheerfully to Gilberto, Ludwig welcomed him to join the table, prompting the boy to blink back tears of genuine gratitude for such unexpected warmth and acceptance. A week passed in the student common hall, where Ophelia suddenly slammed her hands on the table to challenge Ludwig to a duel before remembering their upcoming examinations. Clarice immediately interjected with a stern reprimand, warning Ophelia that her academic standing was already slipping and that studying needed to take top priority. Intensifying her lecture, Clarice reminded the princess that exams were merely a week away and that spending every morning training with a sword was no longer acceptable. Approaching with study materials in hand, Ludwig brightened at the sight of them and cheerfully offered to guide their review session once again. Later on, Ludwig met up with Gilberto in the study lounge to keep his commitment to helping his junior classmate prepare for tests. So honored to receive daily guidance from an upperclassman, Gilberto couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the relentless intensity of Ludwig's daily study routine. Nervously offered to help prepare for the upcoming final exams, pointing out that his familiarity with recent test trends could be useful. Ludwig, observing the young student's high-pitched and earnest demeanor, silently compared him to an overly eager little chihuahua. As Ophelia praised Ludwig's exceptional talents in both swordplay and academics, classifying him as the empire's rising star, Gilberto interrupted meekly to ask Ludwig for assistance on a difficult problem. Glancing over the material, Ludwig easily guided him through the exercise. Having been a college student in his previous life, he found a first-year imperial curriculum no more challenging than middle school coursework. Moments later, Natalia leaned in closely to offer her own tutoring, taking Gilberto completely by surprise at the sudden appearance of the saintess. Flustered by her sudden arrival, the young student threw his hands up in protest, insisting that Ludwig was already a top student who required no extra tutoring. Physically put himself between Natalia and Ludwig, fiercely declaring that he would protect his friend from suspicious figures, leaving Ludwig amused and incredulous that the saintess was being called suspicious. After restoring calm to the room, Ludwig thoroughly explained the subject until Gilberto grasped the concepts completely. Ludwig took pride in his clear teaching, while Ophelia watched quietly from across the study table. Shifting the conversation to the practical exams, Ophelia questioned how someone of his non-combatant appearance would fare. He nonchalantly replied that his opponents would likely forfeit again, just as they had last year. Astonished by the suggestion of forfeits, Ludwig asked if his upperclassman was secretly formidable, prompting the boy to clarify that his weapon was the real reason for his victories. Unsheathing his magnificent blade, he presented to Randall a gift from his father, the King of Gablot. Ludwig instantly recognized it as an insanely overpowered weapon usually reserved for easy mode, marveling at the sheer extent of the king's doting nature. He sat alongside Ilsa, asking how her study sessions were progressing, only to find her flustered as she pointed out that she barely understood any of the material covering the pages in front of her. Noticing her notebook was completely erased and crumpled from frustration, he offered to solve the difficult problems together with her, prompting a relieved and joyful response from the young maid. Following their study session, he expressed his gratitude to her for training with him outdoors, declaring that she was the only one he could truly count on to help him prepare. Wielding his sword through practice swings, he contemplated the upcoming practical exams tag team combat match, realizing the necessity of preparing for one-on-two situations in case he ended up paired with a stranger. After taking a brief break together on a park bench, he reflected internally on how unpredictably events could unfold, knowing that life at the academy extended far beyond any original expectations. Turning toward him, she hesitantly brought up potential alternative partners, asking if he would consider pairing up with influential figures like Ophelia or Natalia instead. He acknowledged that while Ophelia was physically the strongest and Natalia possessed unmatched magic, their specialized roles meant their matchups would be formidable. Considering other prominent fighters, such as Clarice and Marco, he admitted that while they were true knights, he still would not choose them as his primary partners. She reassured him with a gentle gaze that her decision remained steadfast, while he warmly confessed with a smile that he felt most comfortable when fighting alongside her. In that quiet moment, her eyes widened slightly in emotional realization, locked in a subtle yet deep connection with him. Her face flushed with warm emotion as she confessed her earnest desire to remain by his side. Catching his breath, the boy tentatively asked if she would go out somewhere with him, just the two of them, once the final exams concluded, to which she happily agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a student collided forcefully with a girl in the hallway, causing her to drop her belongings. The young boy stammered out an apology, asking if she was unhurt as he frantically tried to help. Adjusting her glasses, Karen Roser Destania quietly assured him that it was no problem. Recognized instantly as the first princess of the Estania Magic Kingdom, her distinct dark braids and striking eyes stood out, betraying the immense magical talent she possessed despite her small stature. Nearby students whispered about her arrival, noting how she had recently transferred to the Imperial Academy despite being one of the main heroines renowned for her peerless raw power in magical artillery. As she walked away, others marveled at how even basic social norms didn't seem to apply to someone of her stature, leaving Gilberto watching her departure in awe. As the conversation shifted to wider kingdom matters, it was recalled that the Estania magic kingdom remained under constant, strict surveillance from the Minerva Holy Church. Under the guise of mastering magic, rumors persisted that forbidden experiments were being conducted, including illegal enhancement drugs. The kingdom was also infamous for developing dangerous magitech weapons. Further warnings circulated to stay away from Karen and her twin brother, Sergio, who were deeply tied to these covert developments. Yet, reflected against the harsh reputation of her home country, a quiet realization took root. Judging an individual solely by their nation's history could lead to repeating the same misjudgments as before, prompting a more cautious, measured approach. Breaking the tense mood, Gilberto perked up as he noticed someone approaching, excitedly announcing that he had been waiting so they could head to the cafeteria together. Their reunion was interrupted when a stunning attendant caught Gilberto's eye. Startled by her sudden presence right behind him, he reacted in surprise, demanding to know who she was. The elegant maid politely introduced herself as Irina, explaining she was his personal attendant. Gilberto exasperatedly admitted that despite telling his father and brother he wanted to stay away from attendance at the academy, they had insisted on sending her along anyway. He sensed a strangely familiar presence emanating from the newly arrived attendant, pondering whether her subtle, deadly aura shared the exact same origin as Ilsa's stealthy, assassin background. Trying desperately to push the overbearing attendant away, the young student turned his attention back to Ludwig, eagerly trying to ask him a pressing question. When asked about a specific item, the boy eagerly admitted that he had spare supplies back in his quarters and was more than willing to hand them over to his senior. Overjoyed by the generous offer, Ludwig beamed with excitement and promised to retrieve the materials well before the first-year practical exam began. Meanwhile, near the practical training grounds, the saintly young woman stood quiet and withdrawn, catching the attention of her companion, who inquired if something was amiss. Dismissing the concern with a quiet shake of her head, she tried to convince herself that her lingering anxieties were merely imaginative fears while observing the students around her. Moments later, the entire class gathered before the academy's stone fortress walls as an instructor's voice echoed, directing everyone to listen closely for their official practical exam pairings. Amidst frantic prayers from students desperate to be paired with strong partners, the instructor dropped a bombshell announcement by pairing the elite maid Ilsa directly with Saint Natalia, sending shockwaves of disbelief through the crowd. As additional unusual pairs stepped forward, murmurs spread among the onlookers about the evident lack of chemistry between the chosen partners. Suddenly, the instructor called out the next pair, matching Ludwig von Ballberg directly with the formidable transfer student Karen Roser Estania, leaving Ludwig frozen in absolute shock. As he stood waiting in the arena grounds, the proctor announced the opening match. Ilsa and Natalia paired together against Bernd and Maria. Seeing their names called, Ilsa offered a cheerful parting word before stepping up. He then turned to his quiet partner, asking if she wanted to watch the match together, but was met only with quiet reserve. She silently turned her gaze away, maintaining an impenetrable wall of indifference. Realizing she was not one for idle conversation, his attention was drawn back to the field as Ilsa and Natalia called out to him warmly from afar. Their enthusiastic waves and beaming smiles brought him a welcome wave of comfort, softening the tense atmosphere surrounding his enigmatic partner. The signal echoed across the grounds, signaling the start of the bout as Ilsa darted forward with incredible velocity. Her opponent unleashed a wind blade spell, but Natalia predicted the trajectory and deflected it effortlessly. Capitalizing on the opening, Ilsa closed the distance in a flash, disarming and overpowering her foe in a total display of dominance. Stood stunned by the sheer speed of their decisive victory as the duo returned, asking how they performed. He praised Natalia's flawless deflection, leaving her glowing with pride. Proctor called out the next duel, Ludwig and Karen against Jürgen and Mats. As he prepared to head out, Natalia offered a gentle reminder to remain cautious around Karen, which he accepted with a determined smile. Side by side, he and his taciturn partner strode into the arena under the watchful eyes of their peers. Their arrogant opponents smirked, loudly mocking his appearance and promising a harsh beating. Unfazed, he simply chuckled, informing them that he could hear every word perfectly clear. Barely had time to brace himself as the signal rang out to signal the start of the match. Before he could take a single step alongside Karen, a sudden, blinding flash of magic cut through the air, taking him completely off guard. Without giving their arrogant opponents a chance to move, Karen instantly unleashed a devastating fireball at point-blank range, erupting into a violent explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield. As the thick smoke cleared, Karen calmly brushed off her hands, nonchalantly remarking that her attack might have been a bit overkill. Her partner could only stand frozen in utter shock, mouth agape at her terrifying display of power. The arena erupted into chaos as medics rushed in to treat the annihilated opponents, while spectating students whispered in disbelief at the extreme force used in an exam. Amidst the commotion, Ilsa praised their victory, though Ludwig hung his head, feeling entirely useless after not being able to contribute, even as she noticed the unique shield he was holding. Earlier, Gilberto had presented him with the imposing rectangular shield, explaining that his father had given it to him alongside the legendary blade Durandal. He introduced it as the Iron Crest of the Warden, the pride of the Gablate family. Although initially surprised by the gift, Ludwig found the shield surprisingly compact and perfect for one-handed use, while Gilberto timidly admitted that he had a small favor to ask in return for granting him such a fine piece of equipment. Back in the present, while Natalia and Ilsa speculated about whether Karen was wielding a concealed Magitech weapon, Ophelia charged toward Ludwig in high spirits, complaining loudly that the match had been far too boring and devoid of any real thrill. She continued to pester him about how unsatisfying the fight had been, expressing her eager desire to face a far stronger opponent in the next round, while he could only offer a nervous laugh. His thoughts turned grim as he reflected on Karen's true nature, remembering that she was effectively a living prototype created through harsh military research by the Estania Magic Kingdom, a princess treated as nothing more than a weapon, something he found utterly unforgivable. Deep within her design lay a tragic secret, a permanent status ailment caused by her Magitech core known as overdrive, driving home the reality of the cruel fate that had been forced upon her. Her ability was known to launch devastating, indiscriminate area of effect attacks once triggered. While in the game, it was limited to 5 turns. There was no telling how long it might persist in this reality. An announcement signaled the end of the first match and the start of short break before the next. Ludwig realized he had to be exceptionally careful not to trigger her condition. Nearby, classmates cheered eagerly for their friends as they prepared to head out for their own turns. Ludwig's attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure walking down the corridor with a nobleman. Recognizing Prince Sergio, Kalen's twin brother, Ludwig grew suspicious of Sophia's motives whenever she conversed with others, turning quietly to Ilsa to express his unease. Ilsa offered to assist, focusing her keen senses to overhear the distant conversation between Sophia and the prince. Her eyes sharpened as she concentrated on reading their distant exchange. In the distance, the prince offered a knowing smirk while Sophia responded with composed confidence. Finishing her observation, Ilsa adjusted her hair with a quiet sense of surprise, leading Ludwig to inquire about what she had overheard. She reported that their conversation had started regarding the upcoming test, where Prince Sergio praised Princess Kalen's magic performance and her extraordinary agilities. She thoughtfully taps her finger against her cheek as she finishes reporting what she overheard, noting that Estania seems intent on showcasing its magic weapons to Belga by putting on an even bigger display in the upcoming match. Ludwig ponders her words, realizing that Sophia intends to unleash her full power once more during the trial. He agonizes over his choices, knowing that while he could personally handle the onslaught, he cannot allow her reckless display to endanger the other contestants. Their deliberation is cut short as the match announcement blares across the arena, pitting Ludwig and Kalen directly against Sophia and Prince Sergio. Noticing his tense silence, she gazes at him with quiet concern, sensing the heavy burden weighing upon his mind. He reflects on how his past self would have dismissed Sophia as just another typical heroine, whereas his shared experiences here have revealed a far more complex reality. Though the original Ludwig's deep-seated memories and feelings for Sophia still linger, he struggles to untangle them from his current resolve. Stealing his focus as Sophia sneers arrogantly in the distance, he firmly decides that he will no longer be trapped by his past identity as a pathetic creature, resolving to put an end to these lingering doubts. Sophia glares in disgust, declaring that despite his altered appearance, he remains nothing more than a hideous orc in her eyes, before turning to Prince Sergio to handle the battle. With effortless confidence, Sergio draws his weapon and reassures Sophia that she will not even need to step forward during the match. He smirks with supreme confidence, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of the confrontation. Calling out across the field, Sergio taunts Kaelin about fighting alongside what he considers a useless partner, though Ludwig remains unfazed. Ludwig cheerfully offers words of encouragement to Kaelin, but she gives him no response whatsoever, maintaining her stoic silence. Surprised that Ludwig gave up his twin blades, Sergio watches as the young man eagerly presents his new shield, boasting about how cool it looks. Ludwig playfully wonders if his opponent has taken a special interest in him, driving Sergio into a rage just as the call sounds to commence the duel. Sergio wastes no time unleashing his flare lance magic spell, but Ludwig expertly blocks the fiery impact directly behind his sturdy shield. Astounded that the spell failed to leave even a dent on the shield lent by Syl, Ludwig invites Sophia to try attacking next as she marvels at its defensive power. As Ludwig turns his gaze toward Princess Kaelin, she steps forward with magical energy surging around her hand, firmly declaring that she will not permit anyone to harm her. Stepping firmly in front of Ludwig, Karen adjusted her glasses and declared her refusal to allow anyone to harm her master. Sirio watched in disbelief, realizing that what was supposed to be a team effort had suddenly turned into a three-way standoff. Without hesitation, she cast a freezing spell, sending jagged spires of ice rushing across the training grounds. Ludwig gasped as the frost surged forward, threatening to engulf everyone in its path. Crackling magic coalesced around her palm as she glared at her opponents, reiterating her stern warning that no one would lay a finger on her master. Desperate to restore order, Ludwig turned toward Professor Matilda, shouting across the courtyard to ask if this combat trial was truly allowed to proceed under such chaotic conditions. Professor Matilda raised her voice in a sharp command, declaring the match void and ordering all students to halt their attacks immediately or risk failing the entire course. Addressing the group directly, she issued a strict reprimand to Sirio and Sophia before informing Karen that attacking an assigned ally resulted in an automatic failure. Karen bowed her head quietly in silent resignation. Sirio and Sophia stood side by side, absorbing the instructor's stern rebuke with somber expressions. Yet, as Ludwig glanced over, he caught a glimpse of a faint, mysterious smirk across the boy's face, leaving him thoroughly bewildered. Before anyone could question the reaction, a violent explosion erupted overhead as a dark, corrupted sphere descended from the sky. Recognizing the signs of a deadly berserk state, Ophelia immediately shouted for the students to fall back. Panic swept through the courtyard as students scrambled in terror, screaming for everyone to run for their lives as the threat descended upon them. Cursed under his breath as explosive magical blasts rained down, watching in grim determination as Karen, her eyes completely devoid of emotion, coldly droned her intent to eliminate the target. Raising a shimmering hexagonal barrier to deflect the magical barrage skyward, he turned to shout at his companions, ordering Ilsa, Natalia, and the surrounding students to evacuate to safety immediately. And Ilsa pleaded for an order to fight alongside him. He firmly refused, knowing her speed alone could not withstand such overwhelming firepower. Taking the full burden upon himself, he resolved that he alone would stop the magical weapon Karen had become. As the smoke cleared across the cratered courtyard, Karen adjusted her stance and coldly invited him to begin their duel. He set his feet and locked eyes with her, declaring this would be a strict one-on-one fight, while she continuously reiterated her mindless directive to eliminate the enemy. Karen unleashed a massive shockwave of physical pressure that ripped across the stone ground, forcing him to absorb the impact behind his heavy shield. Unshaken amidst the lingering dust, he held his ground behind his shield and taunted her, asking if that weak strike was all she had to offer. Observing her strained, repetitive speech and the physical toll the spell took on her body, he reflected grimly on how cool weaponized heroines seemed in games, contrasted with the horrifying cruelty of witnessing it in person. He recalled her heartbreaking history of being used and rejected by both the king and her twin brother, knowing that despite everything, all she had ever truly wanted was acceptance within her own family. He looked at her with deep sorrow, agonizing over why she was forced to endure such immense suffering. Breathing heavily from exertion, she paused to ask him a quiet question, wondering why he always looked on the verge of tears whenever he gazed at her. Brushed off her comment as mere imagination, quickly redirecting the conversation to ask if she truly intended to continue fighting. She faltered slightly, repeating to herself that fulfilling her orders was necessary to bring happiness to her master. Recognizing that her magic was nearing its absolute limit and overheating her body, he resolved to settle the clash immediately, bluntly warning her that defeating him would earn her no praise from Sergio. Pressed on, warning her that the inevitable backlash of her magical overdrive would render her useless, and a man like Sergio would discard her like trash. He called her situation pathetic, pointing out how she chased after the illusion of family only to end up a disposable pawn, and urged her to unleash all her pent-up grief. Pushed past her emotional breaking point, she screamed for him to shut up while unleashing a violent storm of magical energy. But he stood firm behind his barrier, ready to absorb all her sorrow and pain. The force of the explosion ripped across the terrain, enveloping the battlefield in a massive wall of dust and debris. As the dust cloud slowly drifted away, she was left standing alone in the quiet clearing, completely spent. She lay spent on the dusty ground as Ludwig approached her exhausted frame. Reaching out, he caught her gently, supporting her weight before she could collapse completely onto the dirt. Before he could secure her, Sergio interjected sharply, demanding that Ludwig keep his hands off Estania's first princess and reviling him with insults. Sergio argued fiercely that after causing such a disaster, Karen would be taken into custody and face execution. But Ludwig fired back, calling the claim absurd and pointing out her status as foreign royalty. Yielding, Sergio insisted the empire would hold her accountable for endangering countless noble heirs. In an instant, Ilsa manifested behind Sergio and pinned him to the ground, threatening to break his arm like a twig, while Ludwig instructed her to call the guards to safely detain Princess Karen. Left immobilized on the dirt, Sergio demanded to know what was happening, while Ludwig simply wiped his forehead in exasperation. Ludwig held up the control mechanism, calmly explaining that any attempt to trigger Karen's self-destruction was now entirely pointless, leaving Sergio in stunned horror. As the dust finally settled across the courtyard, silence fell over the spent battlefield. Resting her head against the ground, Karen shed a quiet tear, realizing the simple truth that all she had ever truly wanted was to be loved. She had always lived in the shadow of her twin brother, the sole heir upon whom everyone pinned their expectations, while she was dismissed as frail and useless. Recalling the past, superiors had struggled to find commoners with sufficient mana for their Magitech weapon experiments, leading her to offer herself up willingly. Though fully aware of what becoming a test subject entailed, she had desperately hoped that sacrificing herself might finally earn her family's recognition. Awakening from these painful memories, she found herself resting quietly in a spacious medical bay. Ludwig stood by her bedside, gently inquiring how Princess Karen was feeling as she quietly pulled the sheets up. He informed her that although Sergio managed to evade capture through outside assistance, she had been officially sentenced to death by the Empire, a grim fate she accepted with quiet resignation. Went on to reveal that her homeland, the Estania Magitech Kingdom, had issued a formal statement claiming the terrorist incident was carried out by an imposter and disavowing any connection to her. Tears welled in her eyes as he confirmed that Estania officially declared the real princess remained safely at home, completely abandoning her. Ludwig reassured her that because she was no longer recognized as royal lineage, her fate rested entirely within the Empire's hands, which is precisely why he had chosen to spare her life. He watched as the young woman wept uncontrollably, desperately begging him to take her life rather than grant a mercy she felt she did not deserve. She buried her weeping face in her hands. His mind drifted through his long struggle in this world, questioning whether his efforts had been born of pure self-preservation, only to reaffirm his deep resolve to save every heroine and alter their tragic fates. Lowering himself gently to her eye level, he vowed to break the cruel script written for them and reach a genuinely happy ending together. Extending an open hand toward her, he warmly invited her to build a new life and make true friends here within the Empire. Taken aback by his unexpected kindness, she uttered the word with disbelief, her tear-stained face trembling. She timidly asked if he would truly stay by her side if she accepted his friendship. He flashed a bright, genuine smile, reassuring her that simply having her as a friend brought him total happiness. Overwhelmed by sudden relief, a soft, tearful chuckle broke through her solemn demeanor. Bound by a newly formed bond of trust, the two shared a warm, laughter-filled moment as the lingering heavy gloom finally evaporated. 2 weeks slipped by following the dramatic events of the final exams, and students gathered at the bulletin boards to review the posted academic rankings. Having triumphantly claimed first place overall, he offered light-hearted consolation to Ophelia, who grumbled in frustration despite having managed to avoid failing entirely. He stood quietly as Ophelia vented her frustration over coming in second place, declaring that she always gave her all to everything she attempted, while Gilberto showered him with praise, calling him truly amazing. Ludwig humbly admitted to himself that taking first place was perhaps pushing things a bit too far. Across the rest of the ranks, Gilberto achieved first place in the upper year, leveraging his royal merchant background in mathematics. Meanwhile, Natalia and Ilsa found themselves tied for first place alongside Ludwig, though Ilsa noted that given her age advantage, keeping pace was only natural. Turning to Karen, Ludwig expressed his gratitude as she offered her deepest respect to her master, while the rest of the group looked on in quiet observation. However, the peaceful atmosphere dissolved quickly when Ilsa sharply reprimanded Karen for acting far too familiar around Ludwig, prompting Karen to coolly dismiss her interference. Stepping forward with visible annoyance, Ilsa forcefully reminded Karen of her official role, asserting that as Ludwig's appointed attendant, authority rested firmly with her. Grabbing Ludwig's arm on one side, while Karen clung to the other, Ilsa loudly demanded obedience as his chief superior, turning the young prince into a helpless tug-of-war target between two fiercely competing attendants. Watching the chaotic bickering unfold below them, Natalia offered a light-hearted chuckle about how lively their attendants were, leaving Ludwig with nothing to do but laugh nervously in agreement. As the lively group continued down the hallway with their attendants continuing to clash, Ludwig could only brace himself, dreading that his stomach aches were bound to grow far worse from this day. As the school term came to an end, an instructor stood at the podium before the assembled students. He announced that summer break would begin the following day, though he warned everyone not to neglect their martial training during the long hiatus. Shortly after the assembly concluded, streams of students filed out from the school halls and dispersed across the sunlit courtyard. Walking together through the arched stone corridors, Ludwig let out a long sigh of relief, savoring the thought of having a whole month to relax. Beside him, Ilsa quietly concurred, looking forward to a tranquil break from their usual struggles. Sitting together on an outdoor bench under the trees, he turned toward her, casually proposing that they go somewhere special together now that finals were over. Her eyes lit up instantly as she leaned forward, eagerly bringing up the earlier promise they had discussed. Before they could make plans alone, Gilberto chimed in to remind them of their prior deal. Ludwig recalled that in exchange for receiving the powerful iron crest of the Warden's Shield, he had agreed to visit Gilberto's homeland of Gabrbrot. Helen tilted her head in recollection, while Ilsa realized that the planned trip was indeed a long-standing commitment they had overlooked. Gilberto enthusiastically invited both Ilsa and Kalen to join as well, promising a grand sightseeing tour and a warm welcome. Meanwhile, Ludwig broke into a nervous sweat as Ilsa glared darkly at him for letting their private outing turn into a group vacation. Upon stepping off the vessel onto the Grand Harbor docks, he marveled out loud at the vibrant coastal cityscape stretching before them. They had arrived at Sikria Island, the bustling capital city of the Gabrot Maritime Kingdom, a prosperous trading nation composed of interconnected islands. As he stepped onto the docks, Kalen gazed across the sparkling water with wide, earnest eyes, quietly remarking that she had never seen the sea in her life, while Gilberto waved enthusiastically to catch their attention. Gilberto rushed forward with boundless excitement, shouting that he had been eagerly waiting for them, even as Kalen teasingly pointed out that it had only been 2 days since break began. Together, they guided the group toward the grand vessel, waiting to transport them directly to the palace. Towering against the bright sky, the magnificent multi-masted ship swayed gently in the harbor, its vast white sails catching the coastal breeze in front of the hillside city. Ludwig stared up in awe at the sheer size of the vessel, taking in every detail before Gilberto offered a hand, warning him that the deck would likely be rocky as they boarded. Accepting the gesture with a grateful nod, he stepped aboard, only for a sudden jolt from the ship to knock him completely off balance. The massive splash. He tumbled straight into the ocean waters, leaving Ilsa and the others gasping in horror as they rushed to the railing. Alerted by the commotion, nearby sailors immediately sprang into action, tossing a thick rescue rope overboard and shouting for the fallen passenger to grab hold. Surfacing in a panic, he thrashed against the waves, convinced in his desperation that he was sinking, while Gilberto leaned anxiously over the edge asking if he was all right. Reaching up out of the water, he sheepishly offered his wet hand to accept Gilberto's help, offering an embarrassed, nervous smile. As he caught his breath, his eyes flickered with a quiet realization, questioning if things were truly as dire as his panic had made them seem. As he stared at his rescuer's soaked shirt clinging tightly to a distinctly female form, a sudden, unexpected revelation struck him. The high-pitched shriek of pure panic and embarrassment. The truth shattered his assumptions instantly. Gilberto was actually a young woman. Before anyone could process the revelation, a booming voice bellowed from the docks above, aggressively asking how anyone dared to touch his sister. Standing proudly upon the pier was a formidable street delinquent who turned out to be her older brother, Massimo, instantly infuriated at the sight of a man laying hands on his precious sister. Hoisted upside down and completely helpless, the young prince desperately called out to Ilse for assistance as his mind reeled from the rapid sequence of chaotic events. Meanwhile, the surrounding women directed intensely sharp, disdainful glares toward him, judging him as the type of man who brought harm to women. Escalating the situation further, the enraged brother ordered his crew to fetch an anchor immediately to execute a swift punishment. Gazing down with murderous intent, the delinquent declared that he would turn his target into fish food, leaving the youth feeling as though he were truly going to drown. Fortunately, Gilberta fearlessly interjected, shouting at her brother that this was not justice and declaring she would never forgive him if he harmed the boy who had just saved her life. As the argument reached its peak, footsteps echoed along the cobblestone pier as an elegant, high-ranking nobleman stepped forward to inquire about the commotion. He bowed deeply, offering his sincere apologies on behalf of his family. Scolding his hot-headed younger brother for nearly provoking a diplomatic disaster, the refined nobleman offered Prince Ludwig a proper and courteous welcome, to which the young prince politely responded. The tension resolved, the gathering shifted to the sunlit shores of the royal family's private beach, where Gilberta joyfully stretched under the warm sky alongside her companions. Flustered by her sudden transformation into feminine attire, Ludwig turned red as Gilberta shyly giggled and asked how the swimsuit suited her. Curious, Ludwig questioned why she had disguised herself as a boy in the first place. Gilberta explained that given the rough reputation of Gabrod, her father and brothers insisted she conceal her identity to keep unwanted attention away, an explanation Ludwig fully understood upon remembering her fierce brothers. Though Gilberta offered another apology for keeping her secret hidden, Ludwig gently reassured her that it mattered little and that they would have become close friends regardless. Gazing at her with earnest warmth, he made it clear that his deep respect for her as an upperclassman remained completely unchanged. Overwhelmed and blushing furiously at his straightforward words, Gilberta stammered in embarrassment before hurriedly declaring it was time for a swim and diving toward the water. Observing the scene, Karen muttered in frustration about her own figure compared to the others, while Ludwig found himself inwardly bewildered by the familiar style of swimsuits present in this world. As the group settled near the shade, Ilsa quietly stepped beside Ludwig under the parasol, asking if she could speak with him privately for a moment. Shading him from the brilliant sun, Ilsa leaned in with a serious expression and warned him to remain extremely cautious of Gilberta's brothers, a warning Ludwig grimly acknowledged. He offered his quiet gratitude to Ilsa as she cautioned him about the dangerous influence of the Gabrot family and their merchant empire, warning that another brother might still be lurking in the shadows. Taking a moment to absorb the warning, the young prince looked out into the bright sunlight, mentally preparing himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. Soon after, the tension gave way to playful laughter as they spent a carefree afternoon splashing in the waves together along the shore, setting their worries aside for a brief moment of relaxation. When evening arrived, Gilberta stepped out in a stunning formal gown, walking alongside him as they arrived at the grand palace entrance for an exclusive high society gathering. Sensing his hesitation as they reached the doors, Gilberta gently took his hand and asked if he was nervous. He admitted his anxiety about such a lavish event, but she reassured him that they would face it together. Marveling at the extravagant banquet before them, his spirits lifted at the sight of the local seafood spread, while Gilberta warmly resolved to enjoy the evening by his side. As they surveyed the room, he spotted Ilsa working discreetly among the serving staff in her maid uniform, faithfully keeping watch over the high-profile guests just as she had promised. The atmosphere in the hall grew lively as hushed whispers spread through the crowd, announcing the grand entrance of the royal family alongside the newly presented princess. Standing proudly flanked by her brothers, Gilberta took her place before the attendees as the focal point of the royal family's formal introduction. King Francisco Pietro, gay brat himself, stepped forward and stunned the entire gathering by publicly honoring the crown prince, welcoming Ludwig as a distinguished guest in an unprecedented gesture in their kingdom's 300-year history. He stood quietly as King Francisco loudly proclaimed that the empire's formal recognition solidified their standing, offering his gratitude for the emperor's bold decision while the surrounding nobles observed the declaration. As the king publicly commended Gilberta for serving as a bridge between their nations, Ludwig realized with a wry smile that his simple visit to a friend's home had been politically manipulated, though the grand announcement drew polite applause from the assembled guests. Shortly after, Princess Gilberta excitedly called out to Rue and Karen as she approached them in the hall. She offered a sincere apology for her father's strange greeting, but Ludwig reassured her that it was perfectly fine and beneficial for both nations to join hands. Gilberta continued to express her regrets over their turbulent start, inviting everyone to enjoy the evening fully, while Ludwig warmly thanked her and asked for a private word. Reflecting on the king's unexpected speech after paying their respects, Ludwig noted that despite the initial surprise, the rest of the event had proceeded peacefully. Later that night on the balcony, Ilsa reported finding nothing suspicious, while Karen praised the exquisite food, prompting Gilberta to happily suggest taking time to unwind. The following morning, a lavish breakfast spread was prepared inside the peaceful estate. Gilberta bounded into the room with energetic cheer to wake everyone up, offering to help serve, though Ilsa immediately insisted on handling her maid duties herself. With earnest enthusiasm, Gilberta warmly invited her guests to join her for breakfast, while Ilsa dutifully complied with her wishes. Cheerfully encouraged everyone to dig in, admiring the delicious breakfast platter arranged before them, while Ilsa stood ready to serve. Noticing Karen's restless anticipation, he chuckled warmly, remarking that since she was so eager, there was no reason to delay the meal any longer. Together around the long dining table, the companions settled into a quiet, pleasant morning ambience. After being urged to eat as much as he wanted, Ludwig lifted a spoonful with a bright smile, happily taking his first bite. Suddenly, a sharp agony seized Ludwig mid-chew, forcing a spray of blood from his lips as he collapsed violently off his chair, sending the surrounding women screaming in absolute horror. Writhed on the floor in intense pain, he choked and coughed violently, feeling an agonizing fire consuming the back of his throat. As a dark, toxic aura began to seep into his consciousness, his companions screamed in utter panic, frantically shouting for a healer and a priest. Falling endlessly into the encroaching void, his slipping mind wondered in disbelief if he had just triggered an unexpected battle. Chaos erupts in the estate as Ilsa cries out for a doctor and a priest to attend to Ludwig, realizing with horror that poison is rapidly taking hold of his body. Driven by intense resolve, she restrains the suspect who administered the toxin, pinning her down while demanding she hold still so she can extract the truth. Moments later, the help arrives as the doctor and attendants rush into the hallway toward Ludwig's collapsed form. As they approach, Ilsa sharply orders them back, guarding the perimeter with ferocious intensity. Overwhelmed by remorse, she blames herself for failing to anticipate the dangerous political reality surrounding Ludwig and Gebrat. A frantic bid to save him, she forcefully interrogates the captured woman, demanding to know the exact details of the poison used. Breathing heavily, she vows not to let the woman die until every detail of the toxin is revealed, but Karen steps in to point out of vital oversight. Karen reminds them of Saint Natalia, whose divine light magic might be the key to saving Ludwig's life. Decision made. Karen resolves to journey directly to the Latia Holy Kingdom to seek the saint's aid. Ilsa entrusts Karen to safeguard Ludwig's side while she takes action, firmly agreeing to do her part. She walked back inside through the open doors, catching the attention of Karen, who looked up with wide, hopeful eyes. She cut short any immediate detailed explanations, instructing Karen to prepare the ship at once while the girl looked on in confusion. She explained their route, planning to pass through the portal to the Empire before making their way directly toward Latia. Tears welled in Karen's eyes as she pleaded frantically, begging Ilsa to save Ludwig at all costs. The firm, steady gaze, she reassured Karen that no extra plea was needed, assuring her that Ludwig's safety was already her highest priority. Their journey soon brought them to the sweeping vista of the Latia Holy Kingdom, its grand architecture stretching across the landscape. On arrival, a carriage awaited them as Marco greeted Ilsa near the open transport. Inside, Saint Natalia examined a sudden letter, while Marco expressed his surprise at her unexpected arrival and inquired about Ludwig's whereabouts. Heavy silence fell inside the carriage as Ilsa lowered her gaze, unable to offer an easy answer to his question. Marco picked up on the gravity of the situation and informed her that Natalia was currently praying at the chapel, offering to let her meet the saint immediately. She clasped her hands together in earnest prayer, pushing away the agonizing doubt that even Saint Natalia's legendary holy magic might not be enough to save him. Her entire focus remained fixed on a single goal, keeping Ludwig alive at all costs. Guided by Marco, she soon stood before the towering facade of the great Cathedral Quinquatria, its grand spires reaching toward the sky as the ultimate sanctuary of healing. Stepping through the heavy doors into the tranquil interior, she was greeted warm-heartedly by Lady Natalia herself, who welcomed her with a soft, knowing smile. Overwhelmed by desperation, she dropped to her knees and prostrated herself before the holy saint, tears spilling over as she begged for Ludwig's life to be saved. As Natalia listened quietly, the agonizing truth was laid bare. Ludwig had been struck down by a deadly poison. Without warning, the saint's gentle demeanor vanished, and she aggressively lunged forward, grabbing hold of her chest with startling force. Fixing her with an intensely cold, possessive gaze, Natalia demanded to know precisely what intimacy had transpired between her and Ludwig during their time together. Reeling from the sudden hostility, her mind flashed back to her true nature as one of the Baldberg Empire shadows, born to House Hildebrandt and rigorously trained from childhood in every dark art of killing to serve Ludwig. The noble house had plunged into steep decline after the current emperor seized the throne and purged the former ruler's faction, leaving her family desperate for financial survival. Bound by duty and desperation, her family had accepted the empire's steep price, offering her up as a personal plaything to crown Prince Ludwig. She remembered how he had treated her with nothing but gentle humility, expressing sincere gratitude that anyone would willingly choose to serve him. As memories flooded her mind, she recalled his desperate resolve to change, his tireless training, and his earnest promise that she would forever remain his sole retainer. Though raised to be nothing more than a disposable tool, his persistent warmth had gradually transformed her allegiance into profound affection, forcing her to finally confront her true feelings. Sinking under the weight of her own perceived failure, she cursed her complacency for letting harm touch the prince she swore to guard. Overwhelmed by grief and self-reproach, she clutched her head and sobbed uncontrollably, her heart breaking over her helplessness. Suddenly, a pair of gentle arms pulled her into a warm embrace, as Natalia promised with firm conviction that she would save Ludwig without fail. Turning away without wasting a single second, the saint barked orders to her armored knight, demanding immediate preparation for the divine ritual. Footsteps echoed sharply against the quiet corridor as she marched toward the chamber with unyielding purpose. Striding down the long hallway, A memory surfaced in her mind of the day Ludwig had rescued her from starvation and despair. Approaching the closed double doors of the sick room, her eyes flared with steeled determination, vowing that she would never let death take him. As hope gathered beyond the threshold, inside the quiet bedchamber, she sat silently by her prince's bedside, gazing upon his motionless face with deeply conflicted emotions. Gently resting her hands against the mattress, the young attendant whispered softly to her unconscious lord, her heart aching for his recovery. Memories flooded her mind of the genuine warmth he had shown her, reminding her how every act of kindness from him had been a cherished first in her life when he asked only for her alliance. She recalled how becoming his retainer had transformed her daily existence into a succession of joyful moments, guided under the watchful eye of her senior companion. Looking down at him, she came to understand the profound weight of holding someone dear, realizing that to protect this precious bond, she needed to strive even harder. Wringing out a cool towel over a basin, she pushed herself to act impeccably, determined to live up to the standard expected of his dedicated attendant despite the daunting circumstances. With resolve gleaming behind her glasses, her single earnest wish was simply for him to open his eyes and awaken soon. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed down the hallway, and the double doors burst open as the head maid burst into the room, breathlessly pulling the exhausted saint behind her. Turning toward the doorway with tears welling in her eyes, she softly acknowledged their arrival, relief washing over her that her wait was finally over. The saint finally present to administer her sacred healing. A quiet certainty took root in her heart that her master would truly be saved. She gently held his hand, whispering words of comfort and reassuring the bedridden prince that Lady Natalia would arrive to save him at any second. Stepping forward, Saint Natalia raised her holy staff high into the air, causing the orb at its tip to hum and glow with divine energy. Meanwhile, Ilsa clasped her hands together in desperate prayer to goddess Minerva, offering her own life in exchange for Lord Louis' survival. As the sacred weapon trembled violently in her grip, Natalia grimaced in shock, realizing the sheer virulence and deadliness of the toxic strain coursing through his veins. Observing that his life force alone was keeping him alive, she wavered with doubt over whether her detox spell could triumph. Yet she steeled her heart, determined to save him not merely as a holy saint, but as Natalia Silvestri. Channeling all her divine radiance, she unleashed her magic with a fierce cry of antidote, bathing his unconscious form in blinding light. Both Ilsa and Karen watched on in silent, agonizing hope. The torrent of purification surged into his body, causing him to wince in pain. Deep within his own mind, total darkness enveloped him as he questioned his whereabouts, dimly recalling the moment he drank the poisoned soup. Head in the pitch-black void, a mysterious shaft of radiant illumination suddenly broke through, catching his attention. Pushing himself up from the dark ground, he stared intently toward the shimmering beacon, trying to comprehend what was appearing before him. Found himself staring at his former corpulent self in the dark void, recognizing the notorious figure known as the ugly orc that he used to be. Confronting the sight, he demanded to know who this grotesque double was, only for the figure to fire back with the exact same question, questioning how Ludwig could look like that. Rotund reflection pointed a chubby finger outward, telling him to look closely into the mirror. As he turned his gaze toward the glass, he caught sight of his past life as Rue Nikedu before his reincarnation, realizing the truth of his former human self. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as consciousness rushed back into his body. Realizing that the strange encounter had merely been a vision, he awoke to find Saint Natalia standing over his bed, trembling and flushed from the strain of her intense detox spell. Exhausted from channeling her holy magic, Natalia collapsed forward onto his chest, whispering his name weakly as he gasped in surprise. Looking up from his bed, Ludwig smiled with relief upon seeing Ilsa and Karen standing nearby, relieved to be back in the real world. Overcome with emotion, both girls rushed to his bedside without a second thought. They threw themselves into his arms, weeping with joy and relief as they held tightly onto their beloved master. He held his devoted companions close, offering a warm, gentle smile as tears of overwhelming relief streamed down their face. Wakening in his chamber bed, Ludwig wondered aloud why Natalia was present. The holy maiden explained that upon hearing from Ilsa that he had collapsed from poison, she had rushed to his side without delay. Memories slowly resurfaced in his mind, reminding him how his vision had suddenly gone pitch black right after eating the soup. Gentle smile touched his face as he realized the truth, offering his sincere gratitude to everyone who had worked together to save his life. However, his words of thanks were met with remorse. His attendants dropped to their knees, begging for punishment because they had failed to protect him despite their duties. Pressed their foreheads low, consumed by guilt for letting harm reach their master. He urged both of them to raise their heads, while the saint softly cautioned him not to strain himself so soon after recovering. Relieved by his forgiveness, the two maids wiped away their tears and rose back to their feet under the watchful eyes of the room's occupants. Pondering the incident, the young prince found himself perplexed as to why anyone would target his life, given the peaceful diplomatic ties between their realms and his lack of personal enemies. His maid reported that although the immediate perpetrator had been captured, they remained in the dark regarding details, prompting him to realize that a mastermind must be pulling the strings. He considered seeking insights from his senior ally Gilberto, expecting him to have investigated the matter, only to pause as he sensed an unexpected absence in the room. He realized with a sudden shock that the rest of the room might actually suspect Gilberto of the crime. Looking over at Karen, who stood quietly nearby, stepping closer to her, he reasoned lightly that regardless of suspicions, nothing could be resolved without speaking directly to Gilberto first. Hearing his soft words, she looked up at him, her large eyes filled with emotional turmoil and tears. She pleaded tearfully, recounting how terrible it was seeing him suffer while unconscious and desperately insisting that Gilberto could never commit such a horrific act. Gently smiling to ease her distress, he urged her not to cry, reminding her that Gilberto was the one who rushed to fetch Natalia, ultimately saving his life. Reaching out to comfort her, he warmly declared that because of those efforts, Gilberto was truly one of his saviors. Her eyes brimmed with overwhelming tears as his kind words washed away her lingering panic and fear. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she burst into tears and threw her arms around him in a tight hug, while he let out an awkward, comforting chuckle. As he held her, his expression hardened with intense determination, vowing to himself that he would relentlessly track down whoever had caused such anguish to all his companions. After she turned to apologize to the rest of the gathering for her outburst, his attention was drawn to Ilsa, whose quiet and troubled demeanor stood out. She stood quietly nearby. Ludwig inquired whether Karen had also been investigating matters on Gilberto's side. She confirmed that every single person who had entered the dining hall even once had already been detained for questioning. Pondering the situation, the young prince found it unusual for someone with Gilberto's gentle disposition to make such a bold and decisive move without hesitation. Anxious about how to proceed, Karen offered to leave any punishment entirely up to Ludwig if he found the deed unforgivable, but he gently urged her to calm down so they could identify the true culprit first. Relieved by his calm resolution, she agreed, though she could not help but marvel privately at how remarkably dependable and handsome he appeared in that moment. Deciding on their next course of action, Karen suggested questioning the kitchen staff and servants directly, to which Ludwig readily assented. Addressing the gathered staff with fierce determination, he declared his genuine outrage and asked if anyone present was ignorant of the family's code. Startled by his intense aura, the head cook and servants fervently pledged their absolute loyalty to the code, leaving Ludwig momentarily caught off guard by their intense devotion. Explaining that someone dear to him had been targeted, Ludwig observed their deep trust in Gilberto and reasoned that these loyal servants were unlikely to act harmfully on their own, prompting him to ask for a detailed timeline of events. Listening carefully as multiple staff members provided matching accounts, he rubbed his forehead, confident that the entire group could not possibly be orchestrating a unified lie. Although Ludwig assured them he had no intention of keeping them confined indefinitely, the staff insisted on remaining detained until all suspicion was cleared, leaving Karen deeply impressed by the immense charisma and affection he commanded. She offered her sincere apologies, blushing deeply as she pledged her full dedication to Ludwig, who gently reassured her that he would take full responsibility for whatever had transpired. Nearby, The attendants whispered among themselves about Gilberta's lack of reflection, but their chatter was abruptly cut short when King Francesco cleared his throat right behind them, startling Gilberta. Having overheard the entire exchange, King Francesco expressed his deep regret and bowed low in an apology, shocking his onlookers who rushed forward to urge their sovereign to rise. With grave resolve, the monarch swore upon the name of Francesco Pietro Gayblot to hunt down the true culprit behind the poisoning and deliver proper retribution on Prince Ludwig's behalf. Gilberto watched in emotional awe as his father humbled himself, realizing that offering this full pledge of restitution to Prince Ludwig was the only honorable course left to him. Perplexed by the solemn declaration, Ludwig questioned what staking one's name truly entailed, prompting King Francesco to explain that in the Gayblot realm, there exist absolute laws that can never be broken. The ruler detailed the sacred tenets of their land. Never betray family. Answer with the truth when asked. Protect loved ones to the very end. And stake one's own name whenever confronting an enemy of the household. Forged by former slaves and outcasts who gathered to build the Gayblot maritime kingdom, these decrees dictated that anyone who broke them was required to pay with their own blood. King Francesco declared that these laws were carved into their very souls so that the powerless could survive and protect their own, leaving Ludwig to silently remark how closely it resembled a mafia code. Steering the conversation back to the immediate threat, Ludwig asked about the culprit, leading Karen to reveal that the perpetrator was Mira, a noble daughter of the ancient Alberini Viscount family, who had been serving in the palace for 3 years. She raised a valid question, wondering why a noble lady would personally attempt to poison Ludwig, knowing it would lead to immediate execution. The prince considered her words, realizing how absurd it was for a high-ranking noble to risk everything to kill him directly. Despite the extreme risk, the perpetrator carried out the act anyway, suggesting she had a compelling resolve or a motive so powerful that it compelled her to act, perhaps for the sake of her family. Continuing the analysis, the group discussed whether this was linked to the power struggle between the noble factions supporting the potential heirs to the king's throne, as the court was divided between rival brothers. It seemed plausible that either Prince Antonio or Prince Massimo was orchestrating the plot to eliminate Ludwig from the line of succession, using Mira as a disposable pawn. Interrupting their deliberations, Massimo barged in with an aggressive demeanor, demanding to know why they had captured Mira on behalf of what he insultingly called an ugly orc. The young noble retorted fiercely, asking if Massimo had heard that her precious friend Ludwig had almost been killed by Mira, but Massimo refused to accept that Mira could do such a thing. Refusing to back down, she glared at the prince and snapped that if he was not going to help investigate, he should get out of their way, though he maintained his defiant stance. Massimo argued vehemently that as family, Gayblot should help their own, pointing out that the guy who was almost killed was completely fine and lively anyway. Her anger boiled over as she yelled at him to stop downplaying the situation, reminding him that Ludwig almost died and accused him of choosing an ugly outsider over his own kin. Before the argument could escalate further, King Francesco silenced the room with an authoritative shout, declaring that the fact of Myra's guilt remained unshakable along with the implication that someone commanded her. He shook his fists in a fury, loudly claiming that everyone was being deceived and that Mira was not the true villain. He insisted that Jill was the one enduring terrible mistreatment, warning that Gayblot would be taken over by the Empire if they allowed this scheme to continue. In response to his wild accusations, Karen angrily questioned why Ludwig would ever be blamed for trying to usurp the realm. Ludwig could only lean back in exasperation, bewildered by the senseless claims being thrown at him. Undeterred, the furious prince declared that he knew the truth about how Jill was mistreated at the academy and exploited to subjugate Gayblot to the Empire. Ludwig raised his hands defensively, sweat dripping down his face as he desperately denied having any part in such a scheme. He continued his impassioned rant, recalling how Jill had been coaxed into sparing the ugly beast the previous day. He argued that Ludwig was actually a kind soul who had silently listened to his foolish vents, missing the true manipulation at play. Seeing the absurd spectacle, King Francesco covered his face with a heavy sigh, openly calling his son a complete fool. The young prince stood frozen in absolute disbelief that his own father would insult him so bluntly. Without hesitation, the king commanded the guards to immediately restrain the foolish prince. As he screamed in confusion and protest, Ludwig watched in quiet solemnity, realizing that the prince had only acted out of a desperate desire to protect the person he cherished. King Francesco's voice thundered across the room, scolding his son for breaking the solemn laws of Gablot and threatening 300 years of royal history. Overcome with shock and ruin, the prince shrieked in agony as the guards seized him. Turning to Ludwig, the monarch dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, offering both his own life and his son's to take full responsibility for the grave offense committed against the prince of the empire. Disgraced prince gasped in horror at the sight of his royal father prostrating himself. Ludwig observed the scene with dark, contemplative eyes, fully recognizing the fallen prince as Massimo, Ivan Gablot. Punishment was absolute. Breaking the laws of Gablot and attempting to assassinate Lord Ludwig carried the penalty of death. Locked behind iron bars, Massimo frantically wept and begged for mercy, asserting he never intended for any of this to happen, while Ludwig stood outside the cell in unflinching silence. Desperately rattled the iron bars of his cell, pleading to be heard before his scheduled execution the following morning. Gilberta, however, turned away with a heavy heart, noting that the outcome was inevitable and far too late to undo. As they departed, Gilberta hung his head in profound shame, reflecting on how breaking the sacred decree of Gablot was an unpardonable disgrace, even for those bound by royal blood. Urging his friend forward, Ludwig led the way up the stairs while Gilberta quietly complied, his spirit crushed by the gravity of the situation. Walking down the expansive corridor alongside his companions, the young prince pondered in silence whether this absolute resolution was truly the proper path to take. Glancing back over his shoulder, he noticed Ilsa lagging far behind, deeply troubled by the strange, distant barrier that had suddenly formed between them. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, Gilberta bowed deeply in front of Ludwig, begging for forgiveness and expressing his readiness to accept any form of retribution for what transpired. He lowered himself completely, casting aside their past bond out of sheer desperation, while Ludwig recognized that the culprit's royal lineage forced his friend into this agonizing humility. Observing the tense interaction from a distance alongside her knight, Natalia maintained a quiet composure, aware that only Ludwig held the standing to grant such pardon. Weighing the severe political gravity of the incident, Ludwig realized that a misstep could spark war between nations if the attempted murder of an imperial prince was handled carelessly, placing all his loved ones in peril. Clenching his fist with newfound resolve, he swore never to allow such an outcome. Stealing a firm look back toward Ilsa, he immediately instructs Ilsa to coordinate with Gilberta, order Mira confined in the subterranean dungeon, and maintain a vigilant watch over her until morning. The loyal maid bows respectfully in agreement before quietly taking her leave, closing the heavy doors behind her. Talia notes how unusual it is for him to issue such stern orders. He offers a casual, reassuring smile, reasoning that with the execution scheduled for the following morning, he felt compelled to take precautions in case any sudden developments arose. In truth, his explanation was only half the story. Knowing Ilsa's formidable capabilities, he is confident she can repel any enemy attempting to silence Mira to destroy evidence. Yet the other half of his motive remains far more personal. Deep down, he sought to create distance between them. It had become increasingly painful for him to continue existing alongside Ilsa, strictly defined by the boundaries of master and servant. Setting those complex feelings aside for the moment, a dark, mischievous smirk spreads across his face as his focus turns back to the immediate threat. He begins scheming precisely how to repay the treacherous mastermind who dared attempt to... Ludwig offered his sincere apologies for dragging his companions into the ordeal, but the saint of Minerva, Natalia, gently reassured him with a soft smile. She explained that there was no need to worry, as they both harbored a strong desire to see things through to the very end alongside him. Realizing nothing further could be done until morning, Ludwig suggested they disband for the night. He urged Karen to return to her room for proper rest, and she quietly agreed, turning to take her leave. As Karen departed, Ludwig sat alone in dark contemplation. Ever since he had awakened, Ilsa's cold, distant demeanor weighed heavily on his mind. Their relationship felt strictly reduced to master and servant, leaving him terrified to ask her why. The dreadful thought of her abandoning him, abandoning a hideous orc, filled him with a sense of utter helplessness. Sighing deeply, Ludwig decided it was time to move forward and put his thoughts into action. He made his way down into the stone depths of the dungeon, where a single flickering candle cast long shadows against the cold walls. Ascending the stone staircase, Ludwig checked on the prisoners held behind the iron bars. Inside the cell rested Prince Massimo alongside a weak, coughing older gentleman who struggled to stay upright. Massimo scoffed at Ludwig's arrival, asking if he had merely come to mock him. Ludwig calmly dismissed the accusation, clarifying that he was there solely to ask a question. Meanwhile, the sick man handed over a small vial, requesting his usual medicine. Locking eyes with Massimo, Ludwig directly questioned who had told him about the poison attempt or whether the Empire was targeting Gablate. Massimo let out a heavy sigh, reluctant but willing to reveal his informant's name to Ludwig. Massimo revealed the name to be Alina, leaving Ludwig shocked to hear that Senior Gil's servant was involved. He mulled over the puzzle before him, questioning why Alina was not by Gil's side and realizing he had not seen her since entering the country. The imprisoned elder agreed, admitting that a servant remaining separated from their master was highly unusual. Continuing his thoughts, he wondered how she had become Gil's servant in the first place, especially given that Gil seemed to despise her. Behind bars, Massimo listened quietly as the mystery deepened. The elder explained that Antonio had recommended selecting a servant for Gil who was close to his age and gender. Urged by the young prince to reveal everything Alina had disclosed, Massimo relented with a heavy sigh. Calling the past, Massimo remembered how Alina had rushed to him in distress, reporting that Mira had attempted to poison Prince Ludwig but had ultimately failed in her plot. She had begged Massimo to recognize Myra's sacrifices, claiming that Princess Gilberta was deceiving them all to seize control of the realm. Massimo admitted that her desperate plea drove him to break into the dungeon, only to end up captured himself. Ludwig stared in disbelief, stunned by his sheer recklessness. Reeling from the explanation, the imprisoned father erupted in a fit of coughing, scolding his son for being an absolute fool. The elder observed that while Massimo lacked wisdom, Antonio lacked the trust of the populace, suggesting that another, despite being a woman, was truly fit to rule. He noted that in the marine kingdom of Gablate, men had held the throne for generations, leading everyone to assume one of the two princes would inevitably reign. Including his speech, the father told Massimo that he possessed their ancestors' blood far too strongly, making him suited for a sailor rather than a king. He listened intently as Ludwig pieced together the clue, realizing that the mastermind who instigated Mira to use poison must be Prince Antonio himself. Massimo questioned why Antonio would target Ludwig, prompting Ludwig to clarify that his focus remained squarely on the culprit, who actually poisoned him rather than mere speculation. Desperate, Massimo rattled the iron bars of his cell, pleading for forgiveness on behalf of Mira, emphasizing that she was still part of their family. Though Massimo defended her as a pitiful soul, Ludwig remained resolute, declaring he saw no reason to protect someone who had falsely accused Prince Massimo. Massimo recounted Myra's tragic past, explaining that she was originally an orphan who had escaped from a slave ship before being adopted. Explained how Baron Albany had taken a liking to her, though after his sudden passing, Mira was left without a true place to belong. Moved by the sob story, Ludwig turned to leave, firmly stating that he could not forgive those who caused the woman he cherished to suffer. Walking away down the quiet stone dungeon corridor, Ludwig wondered aloud where Mira was being held. Scanning the empty cells around him, he observed that no other prisoners were present, realizing Myra's treason was treated as a highly exceptional case. As he emerged from the corridor, Ilsa met him to guide him directly to where Mira was being confined. He assured his faithful maid that the battered captive lying shackled on the cold stone floor would not succumb to her injuries before her scheduled execution tomorrow. Approaching the bound prisoner in her cell, he stated firmly that she knew precisely why he had come to see her. Laying out the facts directly, he made it clear that he was fully aware Prince Massimo was innocent and that Prince Antonio was the true mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Ilsa urgently implored him to order Prince Antonio's immediate elimination, but he remained calm, observing that Antonio was already cornered. With an unwavering gaze, he declared that he would offer no mercy to Antonio, nor to anyone foolish enough to be associated with him. He proclaimed that the entire Albany house and its relatives would face execution tomorrow morning. Mira frantically intervened, desperate to clear Alina of any involvement in deceiving Prince Massimo. Noticing her intense desire to save Alina, he offered a single condition. If she cooperated fully, his wrath against her accomplice might just soften. To prove his sincerity, he swore upon his noble name and the sacred laws of the Gablate Code. Recognizing the absolute weight of that sacred oath, the prisoner's defiance dissolved, and she agreed to submit completely. Her surrender secured, he urged her to begin talking and disclose everything she knew about the conspiracy. She confessed that while she had personally administered the poison to Prince Ludwig, she remained completely in the dark regarding Prince Antonio's ultimate objectives, possessing knowledge only of the immediate plot she had been instructed to carry out. Recognizing the familiar pattern of masterminds withholding details from their operatives, Ludwig shifted his line of questioning, asking whether the direct order to poison him came from Prince Antonio or Lady Alina. Lowering her head, she admitted that the command had come directly from Alina. It was becoming clear to Ludwig that she was merely a pawn, manipulated by Alina, who herself held a connection to Antonio. Seeking the truth behind their motivations, he urged her to describe the nature of the relationship between Antonio, Alina, and herself. Calling her past, she began to recount how, years ago, she was an outcast in the mansion, subjected to constant bullying and left without a place she could truly belong. She wept alone on the floor. Someone approached her in the quiet hallway. It was Lady Alina, who offered her a handkerchief. In the midst of all her suffering, Alina had been the single person who treated her with genuine kindness. She went on to explain how she had witnessed Alina's deep devotion to Prince Antonio, a devotion made painful by the knowledge that Antonio's heart belonged to another woman. Ludwig listened attentively, synthesizing the tragic chain of unrequited devotion that had led to this moment. Considering her tragic position, loving someone who pined for another, only to be ordered to commit murder for that love, Ludwig felt a quiet weight of sympathy, while Ilsa stood silently in the background. Hoping for further leads, Ludwig pressed her for any other details she might recall. After a moment's thought, she remembered a tea party roughly 4 months prior, where Lady Alina had casually remarked that Gablate would soon undergo a transformation so drastic that no Western nation could ignore them. Timeline immediately struck a chord with Ludwig. 4 months ago marked the period just prior to their academy entry, coinciding with major incidents like the petrification in Borgonia and Karen's sudden rampage. Unable to hide his shock, he demanded she repeat what she had just said. Paused, holding the small candle as the pieces began to click into place, realizing that probing deeper into this web of secrets might finally yield the full truth. Turning to the captive, he bluntly warned her that he could not guarantee her survival in what was to come. Yet, bloodied and resolute, she quietly accepted her fate, asking only that Lady Alina be saved regardless of what happened to her. Satisfied with her answer, he instructed Ilsa that it was time to move on. Though his maid questioned whether it was wise to leave the prisoner unguarded in the cell, he calmly assured her that there was no need for concern. With Ilsa following closely behind, his expression hardened with fierce determination as he stepped out of the dungeon, knowing that his true struggle was about to begin. Ludwig stepped onto the balcony, remarking lightheartedly on the pleasant breeze to Ilsa. She responded with a hushed, distant tone, prompting him to ask why she was intentionally maintaining such a physical and emotional distance from him. Keeping her head bowed low, Ilsa confessed that she had committed a grave mistake. She explained that her sole duty had always been to protect his life, but her personal feelings had clouded that professional boundary. She admitted to allowing herself to dream and become conceited, growing soft under the false impression that she was truly someone special in his eyes. Ludwig pressed her on the matter, demanding to know why she held such harsh misgivings about herself. Ilsa reminded him of her status as a mere servant, warning herself that she had foolishly misconstrued his natural kindness for genuine romantic devotion, treating this recent emotional distance as a divine reprimand from Goddess Minerva. Listening attentively to every painful word she uttered, Ludwig reflected on how her withdrawal had forced him to reevaluate his own heart and realize how deeply he relied upon her presence. She revealed that she had attempted to kill her own emotions to avoid yearning for him. Ludwig firmly cut in. He explained that seeing her pull away made him realize he had taken her loyalty and affection for granted for far too long. As their heartfelt exchange unfolded under the night sky, every piece of lingering doubt between them began to shatter under the weight of honest words. Ludwig reassured her that she was the gentle, irreplaceable woman who had embraced him entirely, even when he considered himself repulsive. Overwhelmed by his sincere acknowledgement, tears welled in Ilsa's eyes as she called his name. Without hesitation, Ludwig confessed his love for her directly from the bottom of his heart. Hearing those words filled Ilsa with an immense wave of relief and joy, confirming that her deepest wish had been answered. Ilsa tearfully asked if it was truly acceptable for him to care so deeply for someone like her, to which Ludwig swore she would never have to leave his side again. Wrapped tightly in a warm embrace, the two shared a quiet promise to remain together forever. She stood attentively as Ludwig weighed the dire circumstances, lamenting that without concrete proof beyond Myra's word, King Francesco and Prince Massimo faced execution, while Prince Antonio would remain untouched. Determined to break the deadlock, she proposed sneaking into Prince Antonio's quarters to secure physical evidence, brushing off Ludwig's anxious pleas for her safety with a confident smile. She declared her absolute devotion as a proud descendant of the Clan of Shadows, insisting that serving her master was her ultimate duty, leaving Ludwig exasperated by her unyielding resolve. Infiltrating Antonio's estate with shadowy agility, she meticulously searched through his private chambers, dodging patrolling guards while maintaining total focus on her mission. Finding no evidence in the initial room, she moved deeper into the complex, immediately sensing an insidious trap built into the windowless design of the inner doors. Her instincts proved correct as an intruder countermeasure sprung forth. But before she could react, Prince Antonio himself stepped out with an entourage, noting the arrival of Ludwig's servant. Antonio praised her for seeing through the initial trap before surveying her with calculating arrogance, mockingly remarking that such a stunning woman was far too refined for someone he deemed a hideous beast. Her eyes narrowed with lethal intent as she firmly rejected his condescension, declaring that Ludwig von Ballberg was her one and only master while preparing to draw her blade. She was shocked to hear Antonio mention Estania, the nation responsible for driving Karen berserk and connected to Sophia, while the prince coldly contemplated eliminating his rivals at dawn. Trapped in the hallway, she was forced to choose between becoming Antonio's possession or facing his men. While back at the residence, Ludwig grew increasingly anxious over her prolonged absence. As he recalled the promise made to ensure a safe return, Ilsa slid open the door, rubbing the sleep from her eyes with a gentle morning greeting. Moments later, Batista and Natalia entered the room, offering their own pleasant good mornings, which he warmly returned to everyone gathered. Turning to the topic of breakfast, Natalia noted that while they could not touch any provisions provided by Gabe Latte, they still had a small amount of bread, miraculously producing food from within her habit. Ludwig stared in utter bewilderment at the inexplicable origin of the meal, before Engard interrupted with an official summon, requesting their presence at the palace entrance for the impending execution of the criminals. Surrounded by his companions, the saintly woman declared firmly that if worst came to worst, they would stop the execution by force. Ludwig agreed with her, acknowledging the need to prepare for the worst-case scenario as he looked down at the ship's bustling deck below. Turning around, he greeted Prince Antonio and his companion, who approached with an air of dignified composure. Watching Antonio maintain such calm, even with his family facing execution, Prince Gilberta arrived suddenly on deck, rallying all hands to prepare for revenge. On the deck, Gilberta looked across at the prisoner platform where the captives stood bound and helpless, contemplating the cruel Gablate execution style, where victims are slowly hoisted from the mast and left on display. Gilberta addressed his captive father, brother, and Mira, asking if they had any last words. Just as the tense moment hung in the air, a distant voice called out for everyone to wait, signaling an unexpected arrival across the water. Elsa appeared with a gentle, warm smile, softly announcing her safe return to Lord Louis. Overwhelmed with relief, he wrapped her in a tight embrace, overjoyed to see her unharmed. Praising her hard work, he commended her return, while Antonio looked on in disbelief, questioning how she escaped captivity so effortlessly through her family's secret stealth arts. She observed the tense gathering Gilberta stepped forward to inquire about the outcome of the investigation. Handing over a newly uncovered document, Gilberta requested permission to speak prior to the execution, reminding everyone that Prince Ludwig was the true victim of the incident, to which Ludwig readily agreed. And asked who had instructed Alina to act, Gilberta unhesitatingly pointed an accusing finger across the deck, naming Prince Antonio himself as the mastermind behind the entire plot. Complicit noble protested that this was not part of their original deal, but Gilberta swiftly ordered her silenced and bound. Turning back to Ludwig, Gilberta noted that the accusation was far too grave to be treated as a mere joke. With absolute composure, Gilberta pledged under the sacred Gablate code to utter nothing but the absolute truth regarding the treason. Though Antonio feigned innocence by questioning what motivation he could possibly have to murder his own kin, Gilberta produced damning evidence recovered directly from Antonio's private quarters, a treasonous contract with the magocracy of Estania. Unrolling the contract, Gilberta revealed that Estania had demanded Ludwig's assassination in exchange for supplying magical weaponry, prompting shocked outcry from the surrounding nobles as Antonio maintained his cold, silent demeanor. Presenting a vial of slow-acting poison found alongside the documents, Gilberta exposed the horrific truth. The king was not naturally ailing, but had been systematically poisoned for over 2 full years. Faced with the revelation that he had intended to slowly eliminate his father without raising suspicion, Antonio offered no denial, instead breaking into a chilling, sinister smile. Throwing his head back in maniacal laughter, Antonio openly declared his ambition to claim the throne of Gablate, even as Gilberta condemned his failed conspiracy and patricidal plot. Refusing to yield peacefully, Antonio attempted a desperate maneuver, but Karen intervened immediately, unleashing a fiery heat whip attack that struck down the traitorous prince. As the disgraced prince reeled from the sudden turn of events, an urgent cry shattered the tension across the deck. A lookout's panicked report warned Prince Gilberta that a massive fleet flying the flag of the magocracy of Estania had abruptly appeared at their rear. Imposing enemy warships sliced through the waves, closing in rapidly. Gilberta stared out at the approaching vessels in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Estania's forces were ambushing them at this exact moment. Taking swift command of the situation, Karen shouted orders to maneuver their vessel immediately toward the windward side. However, a quick assessment of their military strength revealed a grim reality. Counting barely 50 men against an enemy fleet 10 times their size, their chances in a direct engagement were slim. Gilberta briefly weighed the idea of utilizing Antonio as a bargaining chip, only to dismiss it, realizing the enemy had little reason to spare them for his sake. Before they could formulate a strategic retreat, the hostile warships swung around to expose their lethal broadside cannons. Heavy cannonballs rained down upon the surrounding waters with thunderous splashes, signaling the start of a ferocious bombardment. Sensing imminent destruction, Gilberta screamed for everyone to withdraw and take cover immediately. Analyzing the desperate situation, Gilberta recognized that conventional tactics would inevitably lead to their defeat. Turning toward Karen, he urgently inquired if they possessed a small, high-speed boat equipped with a brave boarding crew to execute a high-risk gamble. Steady resolve shining in his eyes, Gilberta declared his intention to launch a daring surprise attack, determined to sink every single Estania warship into the depths of the ocean. Karen vehemently objected to such a suicidal undertaking, warning him of the fragile wooden hull of a small vessel. Hearing the exchange, Massimo stepped forward, offering to take Gilberta's place on the perilous mission as a chance to redeem himself before his scheduled execution. Grasping Massimo's shoulders, Gilberta earnestly pleaded with him to protect Ludwig at all costs. Massimo readily accepted the charge, departing alongside the crew on the small skiff with fierce determination to deliver Ludwig to safety. As their tiny boat surged into the open water, Massimo anxiously questioned the tactical plan. When told they would deliberately approach the enemy fleet to draw a full artillery volley, Massimo panicked at the thought of sinking. but was assured that the incoming shellfire would never find its mark. He stood resolute alongside his allies as all 4 enemy warships locked their sights directly on their small vessel. Having already calculated the exact destructive power of the incoming culverin cannons, Ludwig remained calm as cannonballs rained down upon them. Turning urgently to Natalia, he called for her to cast reflection magic aligned perfectly with his raised shield, to which she nodded in firm agreement. The surge of holy energy, a radiant hexagonal barrier expanded across the sky, completely deflecting every single incoming artillery shell and leaving Massimo utterly awestruck by their defense. Seizing the moment while the enemy was stunned, Ludwig instructed Prince Massimo to close the distance to the Estania warships immediately. Before they could even reach the enemy hull, Ilsa bounded forward to clear the path, prompting Ludwig and the rest of the crew to prepare for boarding. As Natalia, Massimo, and the crew readied their weapons with fierce resolve, Ludwig declared with fiery hatred that he would never forgive Estania and swore to sink every last one of their ships into the depths of the sea. Chaos erupts in the corridor as a massive, heavy chest crashes violently onto the stone floor. Attendants and maidservants leap back in haste, narrowly avoiding the sudden impact as dust and debris scatter through the air. Turning toward his companion with a grim, resolute expression, he demands to know everything that is being hidden. Before another word can be exchanged, a younger student comes sprinting frantically toward them, warning that staying in this area is far too dangerous. Nearby, an arrogant operative boastfully brandishes a glowing magic circle, confident in the power of Durandal. He declares with malicious intent that everyone present will soon become food for the sea creatures below. In the dark depths beneath them, massive, squirming tentacles erupt into the air, signaling the arrival of the terrifying Imperial Kraken. Panic instantly spreads through the group as the colossal beast threatens to drag everyone into the abyss. Submerged in icy waters, he feels himself sinking as air bubbles drift from his lips. Surrounded by aquatic shadows, a lingering apparition of his past, weak self taunts him, mocking his apparent helplessness and asking if he has truly fallen this low again. Rejecting the taunts of his past, his determination flares brightly amidst the dark water. Remembering the lives at stake, he rejects despair and vows that he will never simply give up again. The ferocious roar, the terrifying sea monster lunges through the waters, snapping its jaws as the tide thrashes wildly around the struggling allies. Colossal eyes of the sea beast glare menacingly through the dark waves, its powerful tentacles flexing as it prepares to crush everything in its path. Listened quietly as his companions reflected on the battle, acknowledging that their victory and survival were entirely due to his decisive actions. Expressing his relief that everyone remained unharmed, he confirmed that Estania's fleet had been sunk and the giant sea beast slain, ordering their immediate return to the flagship. The surrounding allies shared a light-hearted moment of comfort and light ribbing. King Francesco observed the proceedings with grave concern. Turning his attention back to the captured conspirators, he demanded Prince Antonio confess the full truth according to protocol, offering a chance for mercy in exchange for cooperation. The prisoner admitted that Estania's true objective was to incite internal chaos by causing magic weapons to lose control, laying the groundwork to ignite a continent-wide war aimed at destroying the empire. Pondering Estania's obsessive hostility toward the empire, he announced that the planned executions of the 3 involved individuals would be canceled under a strict condition. He decreed that the captives would be exiled to an uninhabited island in the monster-infested Central Sea, a sentence that left the prisoners trembling in despair. The sentencing delivered and the crisis finally resolved, he stared out over the ocean one last time before bidding farewell to the sea. Later on, he met with Gilberto to offer reassurance, acknowledging how much hardship his senior had endured throughout the entire ordeal. Touched by the genuine kindness and firm support, Gilberto looked back at him with deep gratitude and emotional relief. He hesitated, stumbling over his words as emotion swelled within him, confessing that he felt he was always receiving so much, before finally blurting out his deep affection for his prince. Ludwig placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, apologizing softly as he explained that his heart already belonged to another woman. Rather than being discouraged, Gilberto smiled brightly, pointing out that as the future emperor, Ludwig would take many wives anyway, while Ludwig reassured him that he would always remain a precious companion. As the others called Gilberto back to prepare for their departure, the group gathered to bid their final farewells, offering gratitude for everything accomplished during the ordeal. Aaron bade a cheerful farewell, promising to see them after summer vacation, while Lady Natalia and the church holy knights prepared to depart to report the situation back to their headquarters. The knights departing, Ludwig turned to his faithful companions, expressing his deep gratitude for their unwavering support throughout the entire crisis. Excited for the remainder of his break, Ludwig declared he would enjoy his summer vacation to the fullest. But 2 weeks later, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Having completely abandoned his strict regimen during the holidays, he found himself utterly overwhelmed to discover that he had fully regained all of his former weight. Lying motionless upon his bed, a profound sense of lethargy washed over Ludwig, leaving him entirely devoid of motivation. Recent memories flashed through his mind, from thwarting Prince Antonio's coup in the Gablot Marine Kingdom to unraveling the conspiracy of the Estania Magic Kingdom, culminating in their triumphant return to the Waldburg Empire. Having pushed himself beyond limits during those harrowing battles across foreign lands, he had earned every moment of quiet respite. As he rested his head on Ilsa's lap, she gently reminded him that proper rest was a crucial duty. He surrendered entirely to the comfort provided by his lover. She teased him softly, asking if he truly minded being pampered like this, to which he flusteredly admitted how much he cherished her affection. He contemplated skipping his rigorous morning regimen, acknowledging that overexertion would only harm his recovery, while she reassured him that resting today was the wisest choice. Suddenly, Kaylin approached the bed, calmly announcing her intention to join them and nap alongside her master once her chores were finished. Deciding that all remaining household duties could wait, he happily embraced both companions, welcoming their comforting warmth. Subtle disturbance outside alerted Ilsa, prompting her to excuse herself to check the door, while Kaylin held him even closer to keep him at ease. The door burst open dramatically as Ophelia barged into the room, pointing accusingly at Ludwig and demanding to know why he had not come to visit her. She stood before him in total frustration, harshly reminding him of his solemn promise to visit the United Kingdom of Brint before summer break. Having waited in eager anticipation, her arrival caught him completely off guard, leaving him with nothing to offer but a flustered apology, while his companions observed in silence. Overcome with irritation at the sudden arrival, the maid clicked her tongue in annoyance, a reaction that did not escape the noblewoman's sharp notice as she immediately questioned the sharp sound. Sensing the rising hostility in the air, the young prince nervously tried to defuse the situation, stammering frantically to assure everyone that nothing was amiss. Refusing to drop the matter, the visiting noble demanded a full accounting of why he had failed to show up, while the maid stepped forward to explain that severe complications had unexpectedly arisen. Once everyone settled at the tea table, the grave reality of the situation became clear. He had been forced to consume poison and was compelled to spend his entire time recovering. Continuing the narrative, the maid explained that divine magic had spared his life, though strict rest was mandatory, adding that his primary worry throughout the ordeal had been the burden placed on others. Absorbing the weight of the story, the noble visitor conceded that under such life-threatening circumstances, she could not hold any grudge against him, expressing her gratitude for their honesty. However, her posture shifted as she proposed extending her stay for another month to observe his health, prompting instant panic from the attendants who realized summer break would end long before then. Stepping into the conversation, the attendant gently interjected, sharing how deeply looking forward to his arrival the young lady had truly been. Overwhelmed by the unexpected display of affection, he quietly buried his face in his hands, acknowledging internally how rare it was to see her act in such a manner, while privately admitting he had longed for the journey as well. He sought to reassure his loyal maid, insisting that his strength had fully returned and there was no longer any need to worry. However, as she gazed back at him, her expression remained unusually contemplative. Relenting with a quiet sigh, the maid yielded to his wishes, prompting the spirited princess to spring into action and declare that all preparations to welcome him had already been completed. Noticing her subdued demeanor, he asked if anything was amiss, but she quickly masked her thoughts behind a bright, reassuring smile. Soon after, their journey brought them before the grand spires and formidable stone walls of the United Kingdom of Brint. Inside the grand hall, the young prince found himself kneeling nervously on the polished floor, surrounded by high-ranking nobles who held him under intense scrutiny. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how he had ended up in such a perilous predicament. The noble heir at the head of the group confronted him directly, accusing him of neglecting his sister, while the young prince spluttered in confusion, surrounded by murmuring attendants. While the high noble spoke highly of his sister's unmatched beauty despite her obsession with swordsmanship, the surrounding ladies chimed in, pressing the bewildered prince on whether he could ever find anyone more lovely. Overcome with protective fury, the young lord declared that he would never hand over his beloved sister, dramatically challenging the exhausted prince to defeat him first. As the prince attempted to explain his existing romantic commitments, the tense interrogation was abruptly interrupted by the imposing arrival of the king of Brint himself. Found himself wilting under the overwhelming aura of King Icard, unable to shake the crushing weight of royal authority present in the room. Meanwhile, the monarch quietly pondered why his daughter's guest was sitting so rigidly in a formal kneeling posture. Antonio stepped in to clarify the situation, proudly explaining that Ludwig was in fact the crown prince of the Baldburg Empire. The king listened with mild intrigue, processing the high status of the boy kneeling before him. Leaning in closer, the sovereign studied the young prince intently, remarking on the sharp, resolute glint in his eyes, while Ludwig struggled to maintain his composure under the intense scrutiny. The sudden shift in demeanor, the king cordially urged Ludwig to make himself comfortable, prompting the overwhelmed prince to exhale a deep breath of relief. However, that brief moment of relief shattered when the king added with a chilling smirk that they ought to find time during his visit to have a very long, detailed private conversation regarding Ophelia. The terrifying proposition sent an immediate shockwave of panic through the young prince, leaving him pale and trembling in sheer dread. Shortly after escaping the daunting audience, he reunited with the young noblewomen, where Ophelia haughtily noted that he had certainly taken his sweet time arriving. When Eleonora inquired about his discussion with the king and crown prince, he quickly waved off the question in a flurry of nervous laughter, dreading how Ilsa might react if she discovered the full truth. Stepping forward, Ophelia suggested they work up an appetite before dinner, hinting that Ludwig likely possessed a lingering urge for a duel that needed satisfying. Instead of a sword fight, they settled into a game of cards, where Ophelia suffered a series of dismal losses. She bitterly complained about her bad luck while her companions teased her complete lack of card-playing skill. She offered him a lavish spread, urging him to eat every bite and reminding him that his body remains his greatest asset. Staring at the massive roast, pizza, and endless dishes, he noted with concern that this was as much food as he used to consume back when he was overweight. Observing the formal dynamics, Angela noted that ever since an incident in the Gablot Maritime Kingdom, Ophelia always conducts taste tests like this. She expressed her hope that the cuisine of Brint was to his liking, while Ophelia hid her expression behind a fan, delighted that her efforts were worthwhile now that her precious friend was visiting. Realizing the sheer scale of the feast prepared by Princess Angela, he admitted to himself that there was no way he could finish it all alone, quietly wondering if anyone would be willing to help him finish the massive meal. Taking advantage of the moment, Eleonora offered to serve him herself, causing Ilsa to protest against her cheating and insist on feeding her master too. Caught between the competitive ladies who were dead set on making him eat everything, he resigned himself to his overwhelming fate. As the meal progressed, he found himself surprisingly able to eat far more than expected, while the attendants marveled at the scene, amazed that the lady had not yet reached her limit. The dining room turned into a chaotic scene of rapid consumption, with everyone indulging enthusiastically as the dishes were cleared at a frantic pace. Completely stuffed and panting heavily, he slumped over the table next to towering stacks of empty plates, breathlessly giving thanks for the overwhelming meal. Looking at the mountain of clean dishes, the ladies chatted casually, noting that it seemed to be just the right amount for Prince Ludwig, while he listened in sheer disbelief from his seat. Horrified by their teasing remarks about him returning to his former round physique, his face twisted in panic at the thought of becoming an ugly orc again. A week passed by quietly, ending the feast as a new day broke over the scenic coastal horizon with someone calling out from Master Lewis. Relaxed at the royal family's private beach, enjoying summer vacation to the absolute fullest as Eleonora trotted happily into the ocean surf. Nearby, Karen pouted with a beach ball, complaining that he refused to play with her, though her traditional school-style swimsuit carried its own charm. Lying comfortably in the shade, he mused on how glorious this vacation truly was, right up until Ophelia called out his name in utter frustration. Ophelia scolded him for lounging pathetically instead of moving around at the beach, showing off her adorable tankini, while Clarice quietly stood nearby in her sleek two-piece. Girls looked on in utter disbelief at his massive, bloated frame, unable to comprehend where the formidable man who once defeated them had gone, while he casually admitted to having relapsed. On top of a body that had been painstakingly compressed and thinned by rigorous special training, he had now ballooned under the weight of 200 kilograms of pure fat. Ophelia pointed out that his relapse was entirely his own fault for polishing off monstrous portions of food every single day, leaving him with little to counter her argument. He silently lamented his plight, helpless against the overwhelming pressure from his older sisters, while even Ophelia and Ilsa had joined in constantly hand-feeding him lavish meals. Refusing to let him wallow, Ophelia declared she would beat his bloated body back into shape, forcing him into brutal, day-long training sessions across the sandy. Sitting before a meager portion of food at the dining table, Ludwig looked down at his plate with a mix of disbelief and disappointment, asking if that tiny serving was truly all he was permitted to eat. As he stared mournfully at his plate, Ophelia proudly declared to her brother that she was strictly managing the young man's diet from now on, prompting her brother to mockingly label him an ugly orc, just as rumors had suggested, which Ophelia immediately demanded he retract. She argued that while he might currently be overweight, she was subjecting him to rigorous daily training to make him a suitable man, though her brother heatedly countered that none of that mattered because he had to prove himself worthy of her standards. Exasperated by the harsh refusal to ever accept him, he quietly munched on his food, coming to the realization that Ophelia's brother was simply an overprotective sibling who despised any man attempting to get close to his sister. Nearby, the surrounding attendants murmured amongst themselves as they watched the tense exchange unfolding over the dining arrangements. Unable to bear the gnawing pangs of intense hunger any longer, his spirits lifted slightly when Ilsa quietly offered to give him her own portion of the meal. Noticing the gesture, Ophelia immediately intervened, admonishing her loyal maid not to spoil Ludwig, though Ilsa Gentle defended her actions by insisting that a little extra couldn't hurt. Observing the attendant closely, Ophelia couldn't help but feel that her maid had been acting unusually soft and attentive toward him lately. She went on to warn him that if he maintained his heavy physique, even his devoted maid would eventually abandon him, a sharp remark that struck him deeply and made him seriously consider committing to a diet. However, leaning in close with a warm and reassuring gaze, Ilsa softly told him that he was wonderful just as he was, regardless of his physical appearance. She offers a gentle smile, promising to prepare a delicious treat for him as soon as they return to his quarters, which he accepts with earnest gratitude. With unwavering warmth, she urges him to eat without concern, leaving him silent and deeply moved by her kindness. 10 days later, however, the tone shifts drastically as she leads him to the edge of a sheer cliff overlooking the crashing ocean, calmly instructing him to jump. Panicked, he reminds her of her previous kind words about accepting his weight, but she sweetly clarifies that because his physique has grown to the ideal size, his grueling special training must now resume. Without giving him a chance to protest, she casually shoves him off the precipice with a pleasant farewell, sending him plummeting into the water below. Splashing violently into the sea, he struggles to keep afloat, realizing with horror that he is sinking and must somehow claw his way back to the shore. Gasping for air as he breaks through the surf, he drags his heavy body onto the rocky beach, thoroughly exhausted. Looking up, he hears her cheerfully instructing him to climb back up the cliff, instantly launching a fireball at his feet to force him into action. Joined by Karen, who relentlessly rains magical fireballs down upon him, they force him to scramble up the sharp cliff face to avoid being burned. Observing the intense training from afar, the spectators acknowledge his newfound determination, though they can only sweat at the extreme intensity of the maid's methods. He wondered in confusion what the two women were discussing high above him. As Karen questioned why Ilsa had suddenly reversed her gentle behavior after feeding him so lavishly, Ilsa began to respond. However, Karen cut the chatter short, unleashing another volley of fiery blasts down at him and telling him that he had far more urgent things to worry about than their conversation. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere grew tense as the official match between Edward and Prince Ludwig was formally announced to begin. Reiterating the terms of their duel, Edward made it clear that if he claimed victory, Ludwig would be forbidden from ever approaching Ophelia again. Dismissing any possibility of defeat as utterly absurd, Edward grandly declared that in the miraculous event of his loss, he would permit Ludwig to marry Ophelia, instantly shocking the spectating maidens. Sweating at the absurd turn of events, Ludwig felt deeply uncomfortable with the awkward sibling complex unfolding before him, choosing to focus solely on the immediate duel. Drawing his blade, Ludwig calmly stated his intention to win, and as the signal was given, both combatants readied their stances on the dueling floor. Taking the initiative, Ludwig charged forward with a swift slash, but Edward easily deflected the blow, mocking the attack as completely naive. Stepping back to taunt his opponent, Edward criticized the strike as mediocre, while Ludwig recognized that had he prolonged his assault, he would have been caught off guard. Reflecting on his capabilities, Ludwig acknowledged his lack of raw offensive talent, knowing that his true strength lay in a defensive style, leveraging his own weight. Deciding to strike, Edward lunged forward with a sharp blow, but as Ludwig locked blades to absorb the impact, he realized Edward's attacks were surprisingly lighter than Ophelia's relentless strikes. Leveraging his weight and the grueling results of his special training, Ludwig firmly pushed back, forcing a startled Edward onto the defensive. Watched as his adversary struggled to recover, his strength proving vastly superior to expectations. Edward reeled back, astonished that his opponent possessed raw muscle akin to a monster, while Ludwig recognized that his opponent's balance was completely broken, presenting the perfect opening to strike. Capitalizing on the opening, Ludwig lunged forward with a full-force blow, confident in his momentum. However, Edward sneered, dismissing the effort as foolish, and swiftly countered with a deadly, direct thrust straight into Ludwig's oncoming path. Sharp tip of Edward's blade drove squarely into Ludwig's torso, leading Edward to declare his immediate victory as Ludwig groaned from the impact. Yet, despite the direct hit, Ludwig blinked in confusion as he realized he felt no pain whatsoever. Edward gasped in complete disbelief, unable to fathom how a fatal blow had left his opponent completely unharmed. While on the sidelines, Ophelia explained to the surrounding onlookers that this extraordinary resilience was precisely what she had foretold. Recalling events from a year and a half prior, Ilsa remembered the moment she first realized her master possessed a unique physique, one capable of condensing and reshaping stored energy deep within his body. Elaborating on this rare gift, Ophelia noted that the only other historical figure with such a trait was the first emperor, Franz von Baldberg, whose legendary physical evolutions were always preceded by a massive, gluttonous appetite, just like Ludwig's recent eating habits. This revealed why Ludwig had demanded such immense quantities of food, confirming his instincts were correct as his body prepared to evolve once again into something far denser and stronger than steel. While Ilsa took pride in serving her master, ancient records from the Hildebrand family warned of another, darker power dormant within the imperial bloodline. Although that ancestral power had allowed the Baldberg Empire to forge an unstoppable nation, it had historically brought immense devastation and misfortune in its wake. Yet, watching Ludwig stand resilient and proud, Ilsa held steadfast in her heart, utterly convinced that he would break the tragic cycle and bring a bright future to the empire. She conversed quietly with her companion while overlooking the cliffside training grounds, pressed on whether her relationship with Ludwig had advanced at all during these strenuous sessions. Firmly, she replied that simply being by his side as his lover was more than enough, insisting she had no desire to push for anything beyond that or boast about their bond to others. Smiling mysteriously, she teased her inquisitive companion by declaring their private affairs a secret. She added that anything further was better suited for high noble ladies like Princess Ophelia, leaving the knightly woman eager for details. Meanwhile, below on the dueling field, heavy blades clashed violently as Ludwig pressed his overwhelming advantage. Driven by pride as one of the kingdom's top fighters, His opponent refused to yield easily, yet Ludwig's fierce resolve and physical prowess broke through every guard. Pinning his adversary beneath his blade, Ludwig demanded his surrender as the pressure proved insurmountable. Groaning under the immense weight, the opponent was forced to yield, allowing the referee to step in and officially declare Ludwig the victor. As the crowd celebrated the decisive victory, Karen rushed up with energetic enthusiasm to praise her master's coolness and strength, while Ludwig scratched his head in bashful gratification. Turning away from the cheering onlookers, Ludwig exchanged a soft, warm glance with Ilse, who praised his splendid effort with a gentle smile. Watching from a nearby vantage point, Ophelia, accompanied by her maid, noted Ludwig's magnificent display. She acknowledged his remarkable achievement in defeating her brother, who ranked among the top 5 warriors in the whole kingdom. King Richard then stepped forward to address the triumphant warrior, inquiring what reward he desired for his triumph, and teasingly offering a marriage proposal with Princess Ophelia, sending the surrounding observers into a flustered tizzy. Ludwig politely declined the sudden royal proposal, prompting an outraged roar from King Richard, who demanded to know what could possibly render his daughter unsatisfactory. Calmly explaining his reasons, Ludwig clarified that he viewed Princess Ophelia as his very first friend from the academy and a trusted comrade in arms, wishing to maintain their genuine bond as equals rather than forcing a political match. Respectfully accepted King Richard's gracious entrustment of Ophelia's future, sealing the agreement with a firm handshake. However, her brother grumbled in the background, insisting that taking her hand would still require defeating him first, furious that his fierce warnings were being entirely ignored. As preparations for departure began, Ophelia looked on with a faint blush, softly asking if they were already leaving. They exchanged warm farewells, promising to meet and spar again once summer vacation ended. However, Karen pointed out that, despite the conditions, the king had essentially given his royal approval for marriage, causing the young lord to splutter in utter shock. Confused as to why she was trying so hard to play matchmaker, he turned his attention back to his companions, who gently suggested it was time to head back. Smiling warmly, he agreed that it was time to return home, as her friend called out farewells and wished them well until they met again at the Imperial Academy. The trio set off together on their journey back. Lying sprawled out on his bed, Ludwig let out a weary sigh as he pondered his predicament, wondering what he should do next. His thoughts drifted back to President Eleonora and the shocking reality that she was genuinely planning to stage a coup d'etat. Noticing his distress, Ilse approached and inquired if that woman was the source of his troubles, startling Ludwig with her sharp intuition. As Kaelin joined them, Ludwig tried to downplay the situation to avoid troubling them, but both girls pressed him to explain what had occurred. Upon hearing the truth, Ilse and Kaelin gasped in absolute horror at the revelation that President Eleonora had invited him to join a rebellion. Ludwig reassured them that he had naturally refused being the crown prince, but while Ilse urged informing the emperor immediately, Ludwig decided it was wiser to observe the situation a little longer. He acknowledged their valid concerns, explaining that the wrongdoings reflected on how the empire's aggressive militarism had burdened the populace, realizing that under better circumstances, Eleonora might never have contemplated rebellion. Determined not to abandon her, Ludwig emphasized that if they could nip the coup in the bud, she wouldn't have to face execution. Ilse confidently offered to keep President Eleonora under constant surveillance, earning a grateful smile and apology from Ludwig for constantly relying on her. Sitting alone outdoors, Eleonora silently stirred her tea, the spoon clinking softly against the rim of the cup. Staring down into her cup with cold, resolute eyes, she reflected on her true motive. She simply wanted to tear this world apart. She recalled her childhood. Born to the Duke of Schwarzenberg and a maid, she had been cast out into the slums. Yet the 5 years spent living happily alongside her mother and the townspeople were irreplaceable until that peace was abruptly shattered. Men claiming to serve the Schwarzenberg household had arrived without warning, forcibly tearing young Eleonora away from her mother despite her desperate cries. Reason was absurdly selfish. The Duke had failed to produce an heir with his lawful wife, so he sought to reclaim her merely because she was his sole remaining bloodline. Trapped within the gilded cage of ducal authority, She was subjected to relentless, grueling noble etiquette and education, enduring every moment with suppressed rage. 10 years passed, and entering the Imperial Academy finally granted her an escape from constant surveillance, allowing her to race breathlessly back to the slums. She had believed she was finally going to reunite with her mother, only to be crushed by the horrific news that her mother had fallen ill shortly after her abduction and passed away. Falling to her knees in despair, she realized the cruel reality of the slums. Once someone contracted an illness there, death was the only inevitable outcome. Her grief turned into intense fury toward the shameless nobles living in luxury, while the poor suffered, swearing that she would never forgive them for taking everything from her. She cursed the corrupt realm in silent rage, insisting that neither this nation nor its despicable nobility had any right to exist, a revelation that formed the core of the detailed surveillance report Ilsa was now delivering. Viewing the written dossier provided after a full week of close observation, Ludwig asked in disbelief if the findings were truly accurate, to which Ilsa firmly assured him there was no mistake. Documents laid bare an active plot for an armed coup, detailing the gathering of recruits and procurement of weapons at a pace far exceeding their worst expectations. Recognizing the gravity of the insurrection, Ilsa insisted they could not overlook the threat and needed to inform the emperor immediately, a course of action Ludwig promptly agreed with. Accompanied by his loyal companions, Ludwig rushed to the imperial quarters, only to be stunned by the attendant's announcement that the emperor was currently away from the palace. Realizing they were out of options, Ludwig decided they would have to intercept the rebel forces themselves, instructing Ilsa to quickly pass word to the ministers just as heavy footsteps echoed through the hallway. Before they could react, armed insurrectionists burst into the corridor with weapons drawn, commanding everyone to halt and loudly proclaiming that the Ballberg Revolutionary Army had seized control of the imperial palace. Surprised by the sudden ambush, Ludwig gasped as the rebel soldiers barked insults at him, ordering the ugly youth to stay silent and surrender without resistance. Watching from a hidden vantage point nearby, Ilsa gripped her weapon tight as she witnessed Ludwig and Karen being cornered, resolving to find an opening to rescue her master. Noticing her location, Ludwig urgently signaled Ilsa to remain hidden and endure for now, knowing that if she were captured all hope would be lost, even as Eleonora gloated with manic satisfaction over the unfolding chaos. He raised a silent hand behind his back, subtly gesturing for restraint while the armed captors barked orders at them to fall into line and march forward. As they were marched down the corridor, Karen quietly inquired about his well-being, while the surrounding rebel guards whispered among themselves about her status as a legendary magical weapon. Hearing their whispers made him deeply suspicious, as knowledge regarding magical weapons was a closely guarded secret known only to a select few within the highest ranks of the imperial palace. Realization struck him that a low-ranking soldier could only possess such classified intelligence if a high-level mole had deliberately leaked it from the inside. He weighed the geopolitical motives of neighboring nations like Estonia or Belga, but his tactical train of thought was abruptly shattered when a guard roughly shoved Karen, igniting his immediate protective anger. Noticing how nervously the guards raised their weapons at Karen's reaction, he deduced that their captors were fully aware of her volatile berserk state and were actively on guard against it. Recognizing the danger of an immediate outburst, he gave Karen a gentle, reassuring smile to signal that she should hold back and remain obedient for the moment. Now confined together behind iron bars, they maintained their docile facade, waiting for the optimal moment to make their move. Their quiet captivity was interrupted as Eleonora emerged from the shadows with a chilling smirk, prompting Ludwig to confront her bold betrayal directly. She smugly announced that the Revolutionary Army had already seized complete control of the imperial capital, declaring that even if the emperor were to return now, it was far too late to undo their victory. She extended her hand through the iron bars of the cell, offering a desperate alliance and assuring him that joining forces with her faction would guarantee his survival before it was too late. Ludwig questioned her logic, pointing out that launching a coup simply out of dissatisfaction with the current emperor would change nothing if he were merely placed on the throne as a replacement. He continued to press her, demanding to know what she was truly planning and how she could possibly justify her actions to the soldiers who had risked their lives for the revolution. Smirking with absolute confidence, she made her true intentions clear, Prince Ludwig was meant to become nothing more than a puppet for the Revolutionary Army. Ludwig saw right through the scheme, outlining how they intended to frame the narrative. Using the crown prince as a figurehead to overthrow the emperor's tyranny while controlling everything from the shadows. Staring down at his feet, he pondered the consequences, realizing that if he refused to cooperate, he could minimize the chaos and bloodshed caused by the coup. She calmly dismissed his defiance, assuring him with a dark smile that she would force his cooperation by whatever means necessary. Shock washed over him as a maid stepped forward holding a weapon to Karen, forcing Ludwig to realize that his friend was being used as a hostage against him. Furious at her cold-blooded manipulation, Ludwig spat that sacrificing a single life for the sake of the masses was a terrible excuse for starting a revolution. Moved by his anger, she gave him until the following morning to submit to her demands, leaving him trapped in the dim dungeon as night fell over the estate. Sat side by side with Karen on the cold stone floor of the cell, lamenting how deeply he had misjudged Eleonora's true character. Looking out from between the iron bars, he reasoned that Eleonora, a mere duke's daughter, could never stage a coup of this scale alone, concluding that Belga and Estania must be pulling the strings from the shadows. As he noticed the uncanny silence outside, a sudden commotion echoed down the corridor, revealing Ilsa rushing frantically toward their cell. Grasping the heavy bars, she urgently asked if he was unhurt, to which he quickly assured her of their safety and asked how she had fared. She reported that, as instructed, she had informed the emperor of the coup, and His Majesty had immediately returned to the capital to handle the situation. While she reassured him that escape routes had been fully secured, he nonchalantly grabbed the iron bars of the cell door and pried them wide open with sheer physical force. Stepping effortlessly through the ruined steel, he calmly suggested that it was time for them to take their leave. Upon emerging outside, he took in the fresh air, but she promptly pointed out the overwhelming sight waiting just ahead. Massive, fully armored Imperial Legion stood assembled before the grounds in perfect military formation. Emperor Otto welcomed his son back warmly, leaving him completely astounded by the absurd speed with which his father had responded. Calmly explained that as a ruler, it was only natural to remain prepared to return immediately should an emergency arise. Ludwig could only chuckle nervously, utterly amazed that such a massive military force had been mobilized in a single instant. Gesturing forward, the emperor dismissed the revolutionary forces as nothing more than a disorderly rabble, declaring his intent to trample them all. Backed by the sovereign's arrival, the Allies stood ready as the grand counteroffensive officially standing outside the grand imperial castle walls. Ludwig and his companions observed that no one had emerged from within, leading Ilsa to deduce that the revolutionary forces had chosen to stage a siege from inside the palace. Pondering their strategy, Ludwig realized that a siege only makes sense when expecting reinforcements, causing him to suddenly grasp the enemy's true intention of buying time. Urgent, Ludwig reported to Emperor Otto that Belga or Estania must be pulling the strings behind the revolution, a concern that the emperor sternly acknowledged. Otto directed their attention to the horizon, where an alarming wave of enemy forces was rapidly advancing toward their position. Recognizing the crest of Estania on the incoming banner, Otto scoffed at the enemy's audacity to personally step onto the battlefield. A barrage of magical projectiles rained down from the enemy mages, prompting the frontline troops to brace for impact while calling to target the enemy spellcasters. Ludwig quickly reassured the concerned Ilsa that magic soldiers were vulnerable at close range, leading Otto to rally his troops around Ludwig's tactical insight to neutralize the magical core. An hour later, with the battle concluded, Otto stood amid the quiet field while Ludwig inquired about the fate of the remaining magical soldiers. Otto noted that despite their flaws, the magic soldiers held utility and would be put to good use, bringing relief to Ludwig that they would not be executed. As he looked ahead, Ludwig resolved that when he eventually takes the throne, he will grant those troops true freedom and ensure their happiness under his master's guidance. He exchanged quiet remarks with young Kaelin as they observed the unfolding situation, accepting her wish that their forces could achieve an outcome as ideal as his own. Emperor Otto stood nearby, observing that the revolutionary forces were on the brink of collapse and instructing Ludwig to guide those foolish masses to their final defeat. Ludwig assured his imperial father that he would live up to his high expectations, prompting Otto to commend his resolve and promise to watch his combat prowess closely. Reflecting on the ongoing coup d'etat, Ludwig realized that suppressive action was the only way to protect the empire and prevent innocent citizens from enduring further suffering. Clenching his fist with firm determination, he resolved that he would personally bring an end to all the turmoil. He stood steadfast in his belief, convinced that fulfilling this grand duty was the very mission assigned to him upon being reincarnated into this world. Meanwhile, Kaylin and her comrades panicked in dismay, realizing that even their upgraded magic weapons had been easily dismantled, leaving them terrified of imminent annihilation by the Imperial forces. Cold, disappointed voice echoed through the area, expressing regret over having placed expectations on such useless allies. Sophia Marie de Belga, first princess of the Belga kingdom, made her appearance alongside her attendant, mocking the ease with which Estania's prized magic soldiers had fallen. She dismissed the defeated force as nothing more than a gathering of helpless amateurs, callously deflecting responsibility for passing along Estania's misplaced confidence, while Kaylin watched in shocked silence. She offered a subtle hint that an alternative path remained, quietly suggesting that all was not yet lost. Presenting a brilliant ring, she explained that victory required only the total defeat of the Imperial army, urging her ally to utilize the artifact. Across the distant battlefield, agonizing screams echoed through the fortress walls as the tides of conflict turned. Observing the falling stronghold, Ludwig and Emperor Otto noted that the enemy forces lacked experience, while their companions pondered why Duke Schwarzenberg had left Eleonora unattended for so long. Ludwig revealed a stark reality, calmly stating that the Duke was already dead, leaving his companions stunned by the revelation. Recalling secrets uncovered prior to the uprising, Ludwig deflected the Emperor's regarding his intelligence network, as his aide nervously claimed it was pure deduction. Emperor Otto questioned Ludwig on how to handle the remnants once the revolution was quelled, suggesting severe capital punishment for Eleonora and the main ringleaders. Concurring grimly, Ludwig admitted that despite their past ties, Eleonora had crossed the line and could not escape execution. Their attention then turned to the Estania Magic Kingdom for aiding the rebels, with the Emperor considering his next strategic maneuver. Ludwig prioritized rebuilding the capital before retaliating, surprising Otto with his restraint, though Ludwig privately noted how much his tactical mindset differed from the original ruthless emperor. He stood quietly before Emperor Otto, absorbing the grave lesson imparted by his sovereign. The emperor sternly commanded him to engrave the day's tragedy into his mind, so that when he eventually succeeded the throne, such a catastrophe would never be repeated. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the western gate as a monstrous, jelly-like entity erupted in the distance, wailing violently as it expanded. Kaylin looked on in terror, identifying the towering mass as an enormous slime. Those slimes were considered the weakest creatures in standard counteroffensive encounters. Their ability to devour enemy forces allowed them to grow exponentially. Judging by the sheer scale of this entity, it had already consumed vast numbers of Imperial soldiers and revolutionary rebels alike. Deep within the translucent body of the gigantic creature lay Eleonora, suspended and helpless inside its core. Recognizing that standard magic would be ineffective against such a mass, Kaylin nevertheless prepared her spell, unleashing a searing flare lance toward the beast. Ludwig quickly ordered the surrounding troops to fall back, resolving to handle the threat himself. As the fiery magic struck the jelly surface, Ludwig watched closely, analyzing the creature's reaction as he prepared his next move. Determined to rescue Eleonora, Ludwig turned to Kaylin to request long-range cover support before signaling Ilsa to advance alongside him. Charging toward the pulsating entity, he reassured his worried companions that he had devised a concrete strategy to break through. Blades and piercing attacks were useless against fluid matter, as the slime simply absorbed sharp edges. Realizing that only a massive, heavy impact exceeding 500 kilograms could blow the creature apart, Ludwig focused his strength for a blunt physical strike. Plunging his arms directly into the gel, Ludwig managed to grab Eleonora and pull her close but the slime immediately began wrapping around his own body to digest him. Gritting his teeth against the suffocating pressure, he fought with everything he had a hold on, strained with all his might, successfully pulling her free from the murky depths of the creature. Relieved to have extracted her, he realized they still needed to finish off the monster, but suddenly felt the slimy mass coiling around his legs, pulling him back in. Seeing his peril, she charged forward with resolute determination to prevent the beast from swallowing him whole, calling out urgently to unleash a fireball to finish the beast once and for all. Once the explosive, magical blast incinerated the monster, she rushed over to check on him, visibly relieved as he reassured her that he was unhurt, though she quickly pointed out that they needed to find clothing for the compromised young woman. Embarrassed by her state of undress, the young woman blushed deeply and tried to cover herself, while the companions reacted with a mixture of shock, flustered outbursts, and disappointed murmurs. Sometime later, he approached the iron bars of a subterranean prison cell to visit her, asking calmly how she was holding up in captivity. Pressed her for answers, questioning why she had launched a coup so far ahead of schedule, reasoning that without backing from influential forces, her chances of success were non-existent. He listed the powerful realms that must have backed her, the Estania Magic Kingdom and the Belga Kingdom. Her expression tightened in realization. She conceded that she had never anticipated being thwarted by what she deemed crude means, while behind him, his loyal maid restrained a furious ally, reminding her to remember his previous counsel. He explained that he had never opposed a republic or a system that served the people, emphasizing his sincere intention to transform the empire for the sake of its citizens. He shared his desire to gather trusted allies to build the nation together, but expressed regret as she could only tremble in despair, realizing the grand future she had lost. Leaving her behind in the damp cell, the group walked down the stone corridor as Karen softly pondered whether she might have suffered a similar tragic fate had Ludwig not stepped in to save her, prompting him to look over at her with deep concern. Refusing to accept such a painful thought, Ilsa suddenly turned to Karen and embraced her tightly, passionately declaring that such a terrible outcome could never have come to pass. Holding her companion closely in a firm hug, Ilsa reminded her that Ludwig had already rescued her, while Ludwig observed the two of them and silently realized that this reality was no longer bound by the rigid script of a game. Strengthened by the knowledge that they had repeatedly altered their destinies, Ludwig wrapped both women in a fierce, protective embrace, fervently swearing that he would never allow either of them to meet such a cruel end.